I can't tell. Right in the middle. Weird. Literally dropped $4 or $5. And these contracts aren't moving. They're actually going lower. Doesn't make sense. Stay away from those. They're getting worse. Everything's just moving sideways. No direction yet. Oh yeah, now we lose money on the premium. bearish. Looking pretty weak. I'll get a starter position going. I'll add one more. No pop here. Bro, it's not feeling me. Let's see. We'll crack this. It's looking bearish. There we go. Interesting. New lows. Yeah, it's looking bearish. I think Tesla's falling too. Yep. Room to 265. Rejects it. Oh. Trying to hold it up. Oh. This fighting. No direction yet. That's bears. There we go. Lower lows. See how much further this one can go. Not a bad trade. Tesla's eating shit. Oof.
working. The armistice in Verdansk is officially fallen. It's bloody chaos.
Tell me something I don't know.
I got a fire team. Operators inbound hot to your position.
They better be good.
They are.
Echo 3-1, reporting for duty.
Alex, thought you were dead.
Still standing.
You ready for a gunfight?
Let's get evil.
I had a nice. H popped off. Hey, 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 hey. Excuse me.
Yo, yo.
Yeah, I have a question. What's your name?
Yo, what's going on? My name is Nick.
Nick. Okay, there we go. Good. I just if Nick is better than calling you us versus herd.
Yeah, this is Nick.
So I've been doing a lot of technical analysis, and the markets are just acting really weird right now. Like it's hard. I know it's bullish right now. It's trying to do a V-shaped recovery. It's just I don't know. I've never been in a market like this where it crashes so hard and then it's trying to rebound. Like, what are your thoughts right now? You think it's still gonna keep like pushing, or a lot of people are saying this month is gonna be the worst and just do another
Yeah, I
leg
mean, I'm
down?
kind of, I'm kind of just
Just
today and kind of this week. I've mainly just kind of been trading intraday. I do have some spreads on, which are kind of helping me out. So I'm selling some premium. So as VIX goes lower, should be getting some money in here. Um, but for me, like kind of what my thoughts are on the market. I've been sitting here probably for like the past hour or so, kind of thinking about okay, what's next? What's going to happen next year? And of course, we're rallying now. We sold off pretty hard. We gave up a 900 point gain on the Dow yesterday,
mhm.
and we're back up here. It's pushing back up. Now, the question for me here, like looking at the intraday, if you're looking at SPY,
Mhm.
is it going to try to break yesterday's highs, or is it going to create a lower high in here on the intraday? And the other thing for me is right now, we're kind of stuck in this. I think I mentioned in the chat earlier, we're kind of stuck in this limbo period where there's optimism that, like, because New York reported hospitalizations were down,
Yeah.
and they've been reporting this week that there's potentially, they don't know for sure, potentially a flattening of the curve, stuff like that, right?
Yep.
So there's optimism. However, we're stuck in this period where we're like, okay, well, what kind of economic damage has this happened? Sure, we got to solve the problem, which is to get the coronavirus eradicated or under control or whatever the case is. With no vaccine, I think it's, obviously it's going to be difficult. And the question is, they say, let's say, oh, let's open everything up, and then everybody gets sick again and say, oh, we're
Yeah.
under quarantine again, or is it just going to go away? I don't, that's kind of right
Yeah.
now we're
We
like
don't know.
in a limbo period. I think the charts aren't going to make sense, and it's in the market. I think where I see the market is just going to be like chop. We're just going to be chopping up and
Choppiness.
down
Yeah.
until we can pick a direction. I mean, we're going to have huge green days. We're going to have huge red days, which is not healthy for the market. And even today, I mean, it's pretty big. We're moving up pretty slow, but as you can see, like yesterday at the close,
It
I mean,
dropped.
we can lose all this instantly within a split second, you know?
Mhm.
So for me right now, I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm kind of bearish longer term for the year 2020 because I feel like the economic. I don't think Trump makes it seem like we're just going to go back to work and everything's going to be fine and everything will be good. But the economic damage is yet to be foreseen. We don't know what that's going to be yet. It's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are.
Yeah, it's crazy how like at the lows of 218, I think a couple of days after that they released the job reports where it was like what 3.3 million unemployed, and the market's just been rallying up since with bad news after bad news. It's just hard to think of fundamentally like why when everything is like so bad right now.
Yeah, well, also you have to think about kind of like the powers that be, in terms of the Fed and all those people, they're fighting this from going down lower.
Mhm.
So they're doing everything that they can to make the market go up. Also, I mean, there's also buy and sell programs. Um, through different investment funds as well. I mean, business is still moving in the markets. I mean, what I mean by that is like people's pensions, stuff like that. There are calculated and scheduled buys
Mm.
that do move the market. So let's just say, for instance, some pension fund needs to buy X amount of stock or X amount of SPY on this date, and it was scheduled for them to do that. And then that's why, like, end of day close, we get like kind of crazy, is these orders come through, and it just is crazy.
Ah,
you
that
know
makes
and I
sense.
don't
Yeah.
think there's any way, there's, even if you like tune into CNBC right now, everyone's like, what in the world, like, I don't know what's going on, things are bad, things are good, I don't know, I'm just on CNBC talking today, I don't know what to talk about, but I just need to say something.
Hmm.
you know
And
uh,
it also makes sense. I saw a YouTuber, I forgot his name, but he was saying like during recessions, like if you get enough bad news, it doesn't matter if there's more bad news. He did an analogy of like Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was fighting the Predator, when he had all that mud on him. It didn't matter how much more mud he kept putting on. It just kept sliding off. So I feel like the markets had such bad news in a short amount of time that more additional bad news just kept slipping off. Like it didn't matter. Like I don't know if that makes sense to you. Like at some point, it doesn't matter how much bad news the market gets. It just doesn't matter anymore. The market's gonna do what it's gonna do. I feel like that's what's happening right now.
yeah, no, I agree with that, and I think that also the amount of people who are short, like when
Oh
we're
yeah,
at
short
lows,
squeeze.
is 60 to 80% of the market short. If 60 to 80% of the market is short,
They're gonna have to cover.
how much lower can we go? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like, they're going to try to rip this up to shake people out. People are going to start covering their positions. Like when we start bottoming out, like when we started bottoming out, like when SPY was bottoming out, let's say around like 230, 240,
Yeah.
major players were covering their short positions. And right now, they're on the sidelines. Either they're waiting for the next big short opportunity, or they're seeing if this is going to recover. But like major players, I'm talking about funds that have billions in investments,
Hmm.
they covered when, at the 230, 240 on SPY. Sure, maybe they didn't catch the bottom of 218, 220 area, but as we go up, more traders and investors that are short are going to start feeling the squeeze, which, covering, it causes the market to go up.
Hmm.
So whether this is a recovery, I mean, I don't think it's a recovery. I think it's just that we had such exasperated selling. I mean, this is what happens. I mean, if you go back to any charts, where we've had major sell-offs, we don't just go straight down.
No.
However, I mean, it did cross over this week to be more on the bullish side, and that's
Yeah, the
okay.
downtrend.
You
Yep.
know,
And I have a what's a Tesla? What did Tesla follow? Because I've been watching Tesla a lot, and some days it follows a SPY like almost exactly, and then some days it just doesn't. So is it like under an index like the S&P, Dow? Like, do you
It's
know
under
yeah.
both,
I
I
mean,
think.
both of them?
it is in an index, but I don't think I can look. I don't know what its weight is. I have to check to see what its weight is.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, it's under both
confused.
the Dow and the S&P 500.
Oh, that's weird.
Let's see what it's weighted at, because like if you look at, um, so in the Nasdaq 100, Tesla is number 21 in terms of weight. So
Okay,
1.14,
pretty up
which
there.
is, I mean, that's pretty high. But
Yeah.
comparing it to Microsoft, if you're looking at Nasdaq, Microsoft has a weight of 12, Apple has a weight of 11, so
Mm.
Tesla has a weight of just 1.2. But it's number 19 on the Nasdaq 100 right now. So I mean, it does have an impact. I mean, not as much of an impact as like
Like Apple,
Microsoft,
Amazon,
Apple, or Google or Facebook, which are
the
the
fangs.
top five.
Yeah.
But I mean, it does have some pull. But the thing about Tesla, watching it over the years, holding stock, trading options on it, I mean, it kind of just does what it wants, and you have to accept that.
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
like 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 Netflix, like all these stocks that we've traded over the years, you're like, I don't understand this stock. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? And I think the easiest thing that happened to me was to understand that if you understand that that stock just does what it wants, because each stock, I've said this a lot of times, that each stock has its own personality. Once you learn that stock's personality, you're going to be able to profit from that stock for many years to come. And
Mhm.
if you can come under the realization that, like, hey, Tesla doesn't really follow any of the indices, any of the price action intraday, that can create opportunities for you in terms of you might be able to predict where Tesla is heading, before the market based on your experience trading Tesla and knowing what Tesla has done in the past. And I was trading Tesla a lot until it broke out above 425 450 area, because that's when I kind of said I have no idea what Tesla is doing. And yes, I lost a lot of I missed a lot of opportunity it running up to 900, but I just didn't understand that stock. The personality of Tesla changed. Something
Yeah.
in that stock changed, and I didn't understand. I felt like it was highly manipulated. It was like Tesla was a $900 stock acting like a penny stock.
Mhm.
And and typically I don't like to trade stocks that, like, everyone on stock twits or Wall Street bets is betting the farm on. So I kind of stay away from those types of stocks, because, like,
That makes
sure,
sense. The risk and
there were
reward.
there were traders here making, six figures on that, five-figure trades, 50,000, $25,000 trades in just 24 hours on it. But I just didn't know why it was doing that, other than it was just doing that. there was
Just
no there was no basis for it.
just the hype. I think it's once they turn profit, people just went on the wave and turned to a penny stock. That
Yeah, I
was
mean, it just went crazy. Now that Tesla, I mean, I have been trading Tesla a little bit here, made some money last week, lost some money this week on it, but I'm not really liking the price action
Wait, are they
in
even a profitable
Tesla.
company yet?
yeah, they are.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
They're
I was
profitable
asking if,
now.
yeah.
That's what
Well,
started
they
the whole
were.
hype.
I don't know if they will be.
Yeah.
I mean, they've turned a profit, but the one thing that also is, Tesla has a lot of debt.
Mhm.
So the longer that we're shut down for, and their plants are shut down, and it's not going to be good. So I'm not bearish on it. I'm just trying to be realistic on Netflix. I mean, if you take a look at Netflix, I mean,
Netflix
Netflix
is killing it.
is an incredible stock.
Almost at yearly.
However, they've had their price per earnings is way above everyone else for years. Their debt, I mean, they were spending 100 to 200 million dollars on some of their shows and just pissing money away, and funding it with debt. And yet Wall Street didn't care. So the question is that sustainable? Apparently in a bull market it is, but when things get hard, is that going to be? I don't know if that's going to be sustainable. Like,
I think it might be good right now since everyone's staying home. They're watching Netflix for now, I guess. I don't
yeah.
know.
They could
Yeah.
probably cover some of the debt right
Also,
now.
the other thing I think with Netflix is they also sorry, my phone was going off. They The password sharing, people don't like when I say this, but I don't think that they charge enough money
Yeah, I
for.
don't think they do either.
I mean, it's like compared to cable, like, it's pennies. you know,
They're cheap. Oh, this is
you know,
crazy.
and people don't want to pay that price, and they share their passwords. I mean,
Mhm.
a lot of people share their Netflix passwords. Um, they probably could be making triple the money right now than what they are if they crack down on that, but they don't want to face customer backlash. But basically, the customer stealing. I don't know. It's like a weird spot to be in, honestly.
So I want to ask a question. Like during your early years of trading, like I'm on my third year now. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm red, a little red, but way better. Like every year, it gets less red and red. And I came to a realization that it's not all about like technicals and fundamentals. Like yes, that's really important. I'm more technical, and I came to a realization that now at this point in my trading, I have to focus more on the risk and reward and psychological. So I want to know if like in early your trading careers when you weren't profitable, what did you change in order to become profitable? Like focus more on risk and reward, more psychological, like because the fundamentals and technicals it's not hard to do. So I
Yeah,
just
I mean,
yeah.
I think the biggest thing for me was like because most people when they trade lose money, they
Mhm.
blame the market, they blame the stock, they
Mhm.
blame anybody else. But at
Yeah.
the end of the day, it's your fault. Like
Yeah.
you lost money, you put the trade on, you took the trade off. It's your fault you lost money. So then when you come to the realization, psychologically that hey, I control this. I control how much money I deploy. I control how much money I can make or lose on a given day. Then you realize that you're responsible and that you ultimately have control.
Yes.
So if you understand that you have control, a lot of people are like, "Oh man, I can't believe the market. The market's going to do what it's going to do. I can't believe the market caused me to lose this much money." And sure, there's unforeseen events that maybe you had a position on, and things went crazy, and that's why you don't, obviously put up 80 to 90% of your capital, of your account balance, or whatever, because things, as you can see, since the 2016 election, wild things have happened in the market on any given day, especially like today. A position could be looking great right now in terms of calls, and SPY could flush $10 within the next 30 minutes. Like right now, it could happen. You
Mhm.
know, and people are starting to understand that. I think the biggest thing for me was psychologically understanding that I control it, that if also that this is like a business. Like a lot of people come into the market to gamble. If you concentrate on stock trading as a business, you're a lot more careful because you're like, okay, I want to buy something and in the end sell it for something more, which is the goal of any business. Whether you're at McDonald's, they buy hamburgers, the cost of one thing, they sell it for X amount of dollars, Starbucks, anything. So if you understand that options trading is a business and the contract is your product, you're looking to buy it for less and sell it for more, of course. So if you understand that, a lot of people come into the market just saying, maybe I can make some money. I'll just try to gamble a little bit, or
Mhm.
I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to try to do that. I mean, those people unfortunately are not going to make it very long because the market's just going to bleed them dry. The market's goal is to take retail traders accounts to zero. So,
Yeah.
and everyone, over the years, being in this Us versus Herd Discord and options trading group, I mean, I've seen people make huge amounts of money and then they lose it all
Mhm.
within a month or 2 months or 3 months. They make it quick. So I found that it's not, the technicals and the technical ability are obviously important, but the biggest risk is yourself and understanding like who you are. Like if you have an addictive personality or have addictions, I think that the market is probably going to be a lot harder for those type of people because they're going to get a taste of it and then won't be able to stop, and then they dig themselves into a hole. The other thing is like if you're an angry person or a jealous person or you try to revenge trade, you have to discover through options trading, who you are as a person. I know it sounds kind of weird before you can become profitable. If you don't know what type of person you are, you'll start taking some personality tests. I know it sounds stupid. Take some personality tests, really focus on what your strengths and weaknesses are and build on that. Build on that. I mean, one of my weaknesses is that I tried to be a little bit more realistic, and the market doesn't really care about being realistic ever.
Mhm.
So it's something that I've worked on over the years is like right now, the future is not looking great, but the market is optimistic because we can have a recovery or we can get rid of this. And economically, I don't see it because the numbers are the numbers and the numbers are really bad, but the market may not care about that, and you
Yeah.
you have to get over that. You know.
That's good.
So hopefully that answered your question. It was kind of
Oh yeah.
long winded, but
No, no, it's good.
I mean, I think to any trader or investor, if you're just buying, the biggest risk is yourself. Like you're the biggest risk.
Hmm.
And a lot of people want to make big money. They want to make the $500,000, $5,000 days, but they also don't realize that the traders that do that, they have years of experience, time in. If you've been trading for 3 months and you've got lucky, and maybe and there's some people that are geniuses here that pick it up really fast and they're able to do all that. Like there's the learning curve is different for everybody. So if you think that you're going to come in here and make $1 million or six figures a year and been trading for 30 days, I mean it's going to be tough unless you have $1 million account and can make 10% consistently. Then maybe you can do it, but most people here do not.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people they just look at all those experienced traders. I'm not gonna name names, but they say they make 5,000 a day, 10,000 a day, and that just sets unrealistic goals. One of the things I liked about you, you don't really tell us unless you like really look into the videos that you made a certain amount of money. It just creates more realistic goals with you versus other people out that all they brand themselves is I made 10,000 today, 20,000 this month, 50,000. And I feel like that's just a bad mindset to have when trading because you're your own trader. You don't have that much money as them, or you just can't be making the same amount. It just creates a bad trading environment for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're looking to make, let's say 30,000 a day, and you have a $3,000 account,
Yeah.
but the trader that made that $30,000 risked $1 million, and there's no possible way you could make that much money consistently. Like it's not possible. So like even like in our Facebook group, people are like, "Oh yeah, it's so easy to make $1,000." Yeah, it's easy to make $1,000 a day if you're risking 30,000 or $20,000. But if you have $500, $1,000,
So
is it
hard.
likely that you're going to make 100% on your money and risk 100% of your money day in day out? I mean, it's not realistic. It can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I feel like I'm asking too many questions.
No, it's good.
Wait, Nick, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, do you think the earnings that are coming up, they're priced in already in stocks, or do you think we could get another leg down from these earnings that are coming up?
Man, I don't know. So the earnings are going to be a mess, and a lot of the companies right now they're pushing their earnings back, and they've also withdrew their 2020 guidance. So earlier this year, most of them gave guidance for 2020, and now all of those they withdrew all that. So earnings, this is going to be the biggest like gambler's paradise for earnings. this upcoming earnings, because nobody knows
Yeah.
how much the damage is done, and nobody knows like what their outlook is going to be for the next quarter or this year, or maybe they won't even give one because they don't know. So I think that this earnings
Mm-hmm.
probably want to just kind of sit it out and watch a few how they trade and go from there.
Yeah.
Oh, with
So this
earning.
earnings is for 2019 fourth quarter, right?
What's that?
The earnings that are coming up are for the 2019 fourth quarter?
Yeah, pretty sure, right?
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I think it already
No,
happened.
I think most of
Yeah.
them should be
Q1 now.
Q1 2020.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, like, I know with earnings, they juice the crap out of the premiums like a week or two before. Are you allowed to take advantage of that? Like, if earnings is in a month, you buy a 2 month out contract, and then the closer it gets to earnings, will the premiums start juicing up for the 2 month contract and you sell before it? Or that's not a thing?
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, I did something kind of similar. I'm in May expiration for Netflix, so I did put on a debit spread for May 15th.
Hmm.
Um, it's actually down like $20 right now. But I noticed that IV was really low. It was like 50 for that week. So kind of my goal is implied volatility to increase as it gets closer. However, the only thing that may not work with this is I don't know if their earnings are going to be delayed or not delayed or what the case is. So I kind of want, they're saying they're going to have earnings on April 21st after the bell, but so that's why I went into May expiration.
Hmm.
But I don't know. Right now, earnings are this earnings season is going to be a complete mess.
It
you know.
is.
So it's hard to say, like, planning a month or two out in advance. I mean, pretty safe if you push it back another 30 days, but they can change their earning date pretty much whenever they want. So um, that's the only risk now, is if you try to build a position now for earnings, which you can do, because IV is getting crushed right now, and as we get closer to earning, that should increase for that stock. However, if they change the date beyond what expiration you're on, you're gonna kind of get screwed, you know.
Mm. How long have you been trading the markets for?
So for options, I've been trading exclusively options for about 5 years, probably a little bit longer, and then I really started getting into investing in stocks probably about 7, 8 years ago.
Ooh, you have time. Is there?
So options trading, for me, it took a long time for me to determine what products I was the most successful at trading. And it took a few years to realize, okay, you tried the penny stock thing, you tried just
Yeah.
holding in, regular stocks, you try a bunch of stuff. And then, after a few years of trial and error, you're kind of sitting there like, you know, once you start doing something consistently, and you're doing something after you've tasted the market a little bit, you can and I found options to be the best bet, because I like trading the big name companies. I like the risk to reward ratio. Um, it just kind of clicked for me, trading options versus doing something else, versus taking $100,000 and just buying Netflix stock or something like that. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Um.
So I mean, and over the last probably 6 months to a year, um, I've really gotten more into futures trading, which
Oh yeah.
I've really been enjoying. It's really been helping out my P&L as well, mostly because with the futures trading, you know, in this type of highly volatile market, I'm able to take advantage overnight, make a little bit of money, or take positions at better pricing than you would during, like, when options are open. So it definitely helps out.
Yeah, it's like almost 7 days a week, right? It's like 6 days or something.
Yeah. So they trade basically Sunday through Friday.
Mm.
So, and then the other thing is your exposure to different things. With futures, like, if you can also trade options on futures, but let's say you just buy futures contracts just in general, you're not going to have that theta decay. It's like when you trade futures, like when I'm trading MES, it feels like I'm just buying stock,
Mhm.
and you can hold it and not really worry. And if you're like, well, I think this is going to happen, but I want some time, but you want a good reward on it. That's why I've been trading ES and MES as well.
Wait, so you're trading the options on the futures or the just the future itself?
So I've been doing both. Like on ES, I'll trade options because the I feel like it's a little bit expensive to just trade the futures. But
Mm-hmm.
for MES, so MES is the micro. So they have MES, they have MYM, which is the micro Dow, and then MNQ, which you could trade. So you could trade all of them in terms of the micros.
Yeah.
So I've just been trading MES, the micro, ES, S&P,
Mm-hmm.
which, basically kind of how for every $10 it moves for you or against you, you make $50 on MES.
Oh, okay. And how much
So
is
like,
each like future like?
if you bought an MES contract at 2,700 and it goes up to 2,710, you make $50.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I saw videos on that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Now, if it goes against you, I mean, then you're going to be losing $50 for $10 it goes. But you know, I've had as long as you have good entries and stuff like that, I feel like trading the futures sometimes is a lot more safer than trading SPY options or something like that.
And how much is each contract?
It depends. It depends on the broker. During this high volatility, so when before all this happened, one contract through MES would cost like 900 in buying power.
Mm-hmm.
But since volatility has spiked, it now costs $1,700 per futures contract for the MES.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
in buying power. So like one contract will cost $1,700. Um, so
And when you refer to contract, you're like referring to like basically like kind of like a share, right?
well, if you don't know, so futures are contracts as well. They're not stock.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's a little bit different.
Oh,
But
okay.
Do
but
you
yeah,
have a
if you want to get familiar, I definitely recommend, before you actually take on any risk with that, definitely research and know the pros and cons to trading futures before. It's kind of like options. A lot of
Mhm.
people just trade options and they don't realize that they get screwed on them.
Yeah.
And you
Is
want
there
to
any
be
books
sure.
you recommend for futures?
What's that?
Is there any books you recommend for futures?
Honestly, you can just Google, like, just learn the basics through like Investopedia and just start learning. It's probably the best way. I haven't made any videos yet on futures just because I just haven't had the time, honestly.
Yeah.
Do you have a stock scanner like Trade Ideas?
um, I don't generally. I pretty much trade the same stocks on my watch list. Like on my watch list, if you guys look at my videos, I mean, I have
Mhm.
a watch list that that has the stocks. I mean, there's probably like 100 or so stocks in here that I just kind of look at, scan with my eyes. But those are the stocks that I like to trade. I have a lot of tech heavy companies. Um, there's the banks, obviously,
Mhm.
some retail in there, got McDonald's, stuff like that. But generally, I don't really need to go beyond the stocks in my watch list.
Is there ever a time where you don't take option contracts, but instead you actually buy the stock itself? Like if the option contracts are too overpriced, is it better to just get shares instead?
So for my long term portfolio, I mean, obviously, I buy short term. I only trade options. I don't
Okay.
I don't trade short term. I don't trade any stocks
Okay.
just because it's just.
The risk and reward is a little bit
I
better with
just feel like
options.
that's just not, if the options are overpriced and I don't want to pay it, I just don't trade it.
Okay.
Like if I know that I'm not going to get a good deal, then I'm probably going to get screwed another way on that stock, and it's not worth it to me to try to force the trade because I want to get in. You know,
Yeah.
most times when I do that, I end up losing money. So,
Do you
I love you guys. I love you guys.
love you too? Do you trade mostly weeklies, monthlies? Like what's your goal when you're doing intraday trading with
Make
options?
money.
so like if I'm looking to just do, I'll just trade the weeklies. But like for spreads, if I'm trading spreads, I like to go like 10 to 14 days out.
Mm-hmm. Theta
That's just
sucks.
where I found like my sweet spot. Now, other people are obviously different. My schedule allows me to be more flexible. Like I pretty much can sit at my computer all day. But if people have 9 to 5s or are working crazy hours that they can't monitor, then you're gonna have
Monthlies.
to make different adjustments. Like that's a huge variable, is your time allotment to make trades or monitor your trades. So that's one of the biggest variables that you need to structure your kind of your strategy around. Like if you know that between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. you don't have access to the computer, then you need to make some decisions on what kind of trades you can put on. You obviously don't want to put a trade on that expires tomorrow when you don't have access to the market for half the day.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, the theta sucks with those weeklies.
I mean, it could work. It could work out for you, but more times than not, you're probably going to get screwed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, it could work out where you can come out of work and have a big winner, or what could happen is you come out of work and be like, I just lost everything, and that sucked real bad, which is probably more likely.
So you just use Tasty Trades for your options, or you use that with Thinkorswim?
So I've been executing just through Tastyworks. However, I don't use Tastyworks for anything else. I use Thinkorswim for charting.
Okay.
Um, Tastyworks does have better fees, and it's pretty fast, but their charts are like horrendous. So if their charts were good, I would probably just go to Tastyworks. But it's that's not the option. That's,
I,
That's
I
true.
second his opinion. His E-Trade Thinkorswim is better for charts. Tastyworks is just cheaper.
Yeah, the one thing the reason why Tastyworks is the charts are so bad is because their strategy for Tasty Trade, they don't really rely on the charts to make trades. So they don't care,
No.
and that's why kind of like where me and Tom Sosnoff kind of separate because I don't really think that works for a lot of people. It didn't work for me. Like if you're just looking at the stock price and focusing on IV and just doing that kind of thing, I mean, that's their strategy. But for me, it doesn't work like that. I need more information to make a good trade.
Is that why they have all these videos on all these types of strategies?
Yeah, I mean, they have. I mean, they're the only broker that has a firm belief in a trading strategy that they think that is the way that is the primary way to make money in the market, and that's the only strategy that you need, and that's trickled down into their product, which I do like a lot of things about their product, but the platform is it's for charting and doing anything outside of executing trades. It's pretty horrendous. Now for rolling trades, for dragging and dropping strikes and doing that, I mean they got that hands down. This is the best platform for that. But in terms of anything else, I mean their mobile platform sucks. Their desktop platform, it's okay. Trade execution is really good. Trade execution is fast, but it's just I just can't
Do
the
they have
charts.
good liquidity on the options?
Well, they just hook up to any other broker, CME. They execute the orders just to anybody else, Thinkorswim or
Oh, okay.
What's their
E-Trade
option
does, so.
fees?
So they charge $1 to open, but they don't charge anything to close. So it's basically 50 cents round trip, and now the 50 cents per way, $1 round trip. The other guys like
Thinkorswim is 65, I
TD
think.
Ameritrade is like 65 cents per trade per
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah, in and out.
Also, Tastyworks does like cap you. So if you trade more than 10 contracts, it's definitely going to work out better for you because they cap it at 10 contracts.
Wow.
So if you're trading like 20 contracts, you're going to be capped at the 10 contract level, which is nice.
That is
And
really good.
They also cap like if you're doing spreads and legs and stuff like that, it's a lot higher, but it works out to be cheaper than the other guys, if you're trading big position sizes. So, but I mean, in terms of the overall platform, I mean, really the only thing useful on here is the order entry. I don't care about their charts. I don't care about their TV channel. I don't care about their scanners or their watch lists. Really, I really don't use any other tab except for positions and trade. Those are the only two tabs I use on this platform.
So when you're trading like naked options, do you like to scale out to protect your capital and like make the trade like risk free basically?
What do you mean by
So,
scale out?
Let's say you get like 5 contracts and you sell half of it at 50% profit, and then you hold the other half at your entry. So no matter what,
So basically, like
you'll be
playing
walking with
profit.
50.
Yeah, well, the thing with me, if you guys check I just don't trade more than 1 to 3 contracts, so that doesn't
Okay.
generally work.
Okay.
I generally just kind of go low and slow, and especially now, like in this volatility, I mean, option pricing has come down a lot, but when I'm trading one SPY contract and it costs me $1,000, I'm probably not going to buy 5 of them.
True.
I pretty much just try to keep my risk low. Just do 1 to 3 contracts. I mean, spreads I'll go a little bit higher. Like right now on Netflix, I mean, I sold 3 contracts and a credit spread, but I pretty much just try to keep the position sizing a little bit lower. Also, when there's highly volatility. Like if you're trading like 50 contracts, you're probably not going to get filled for all of them at the price that you want. So you're
Mhm.
going to have to put in things like market orders and stuff, which is not something that I'm
Ideal.
willing to do.
Is there PDT with Tasty Works?
Yeah, I mean every brokerage has PDT. If you have under 25, I'll put it in the
Cash?
chat. If you have under 25 grand, and you're trading naked options, you can just get a cash account,
Trade every day. So you
and
run
then
out of
you
money.
can. They'll just be cash settled, and it settles the next day. So, market looks like it. Market's looking like it might tap out here. I don't know.
Yeah,
Let's see.
let's see. I'm gonna draw a short-term trend. It might crack that. It might make a lower low here.
Twitter really went up 10% today.
That's crazy.
UNH, you said?
No, I said Twitter.
Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Twitter and Square are ripping. I think it's off the Jack Dorsey news of him liquidating. I don't know how that would impact Twitter because he's liquidating $1 billion worth of Square to fund his nonprofits. I don't know how that would. I'm not sure how that impacts Twitter or why it would. Because he said he's not going to be doing anything with the Twitter stock or.
Wait, who's Jack Dorsey?
He's the owner or the CEO.
Of Square or Twitter?
He said that he owns a lot Square than he does Twitter, so he'd rather get rid of some of his Square holdings than Twitter and kind of dilute that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Twitter's been trying to get rid of Jack, but they're not letting him. he said no.
So the next resistance on SPY is yesterday's highs basically. Oof.
Yeah, if SPY, let's see here.
It'll be crazy if we can break that.
Yeah, SPY can break 275 area, but I don't know. The rate that we're going, I mean, this is pretty boring. This is low and slow.
I've been noticing more days out of not like the SPY just sells off like the last 10-30 minutes. So I'm curious to see what it's gonna do the last 30 minutes, if it's gonna do the same thing.
Yeah. I think that's the thing about like going long for me right now. Like I know that if I go long, they're gonna flush this thing in like 30 seconds, and then So like I'm not ready to go necessarily long yet, but
Friday though, that was crazy. It looked like it was gonna crack, and then it had like what, $3-4 push like the last 5 minutes.
yeah,
That was crazy.
It was.
It killed my short position.
Yeah,
PTSD on that one.
Yeah, it seems like we either gap up or gap down huge, and then we kind of just chill the whole day, and then within the last 30 minutes, 20 minutes, then the rest of the market moves, and then whatever you're aligned for is going to be good or bad for you.
I feel like if you
kind of
catch,
bad because you go from making money to like max loss within 15 minutes. So
I feel like the markets always have like a trend that falls for a few days or a few weeks, and I feel like that trend's just either a sell off at the end or a pump at the end. Just gotta capitalize on those.
yeah, I mean,
You're on the right side.
we're in uncharted territory, so the market's gonna do what's gonna do.
Do you like using any moving averages and all that on your charts, or you just keep it simple, trend lines and support and resistance?
I do check the moving. So basically, I, as being more of like an analytical person, technical, what was happening to me when I had all those on my screen, a lot of times they would like contradict my beliefs and would make me, I guess, would say kind of confused and make me second guess and maybe. So what I've done was pretty much strip things down to, implied volatility, RSI and volume is the only thing that I have on my charts now. I focus on support and resistance. I do have different trade ideas, whether I'm looking for an intraday trade or if I'm going to have looking for more of a swing trading position. So if I am confused about the market, I will start adding in, like, I'll start looking at moving day, stuff like that, to see if it backs up my if I'm not seeing things clearly. But if I'm not seeing things clearly, probably shouldn't be putting a trade on, you know?
That's true.
So, you know, when you have, for me, when you have so many indicators, sometimes you just confuse yourself into just not putting a trade on, you know? Like, you're just like, well, this indicator is saying this, and this one's saying this, and this one's doing this. And then at the end of it, you're like, well, maybe I should just not put a trade on. And
Yeah.
that's kind of what I was doing. So I'm like, all right, well, if I can't decide on what a trade is right now, probably not a good trade, probably not something that I want to be in. And you know, we'll come circle back to it later, you know?
I noticed, like, when I was in my penny stock days, I'll focus more on the level 2 and time of sales. And since I switched to options for these big cap stocks,
Yeah.
it doesn't really
Yeah,
matter.
level 2, I would say, is really important, but I don't think it, like, for options
Yeah.
trading. I know that some people do use it, but I don't. You know, the main thing with penny stocks in level 2 was an issue with liquidity. Most stocks, like if you're trading Netflix or SPY or Apple, you don't really worry about liquidity all that often. You know, you don't really care about the orders. You care more about what the stock is doing.
One thing,
orders. I
yeah.
mean, obviously, if someone puts in like a 5 million sell order on Apple stock, I mean, that's going to be pretty huge. But you'll see that in the price as well as it's being pushed through. So I don't really level 2 for penny stocks is trading, because if you're trading a stock that had, let's say, high volume in the morning and then liquidity dried off and there's no more, you know, there's no more buyers, then you'll see that in level 2 rather quickly, maybe potentially before the stock starts to drop, and then you can get out. But I don't think it's really that important for options trading.
One of the biggest things I learned with these big cap stocks is don't fight the trend. If the trend is bullish, stay bullish. If it's bearish, stay bearish. Like, just, you'll get burned if you try fighting it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you get burned in general when you're trying to go against the trend. I mean, there's a lot of people's strategy
like picking the tops and shit.
Inverse the market, because let's say right now SPY is up, people will start loading in puts, and yes, that'll work. You'll get huge payouts and stuff like that. But the one thing that I always look back to, if we look back at SPY on end of 2018, early 2019, if we're looking at that, I mean, we had so many green days in a row. I actually lost a bit of money January in 2019 because I didn't believe that the market was just going to keep ripping like that. But I fought the trend and, you know, learned an important, valuable lesson there, that, you know, you can't just do that, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, you're gonna lose the battle.
Yeah, the
a lot of people
probability.
lost money just trying to short every rip. I mean, there were some big rips at the end of 2018, early 2019, and you're gonna lose the battle, and you just got to go with the trend of, you know, and that's what people are looking at right now for more of like a V-shaped recovery. However, it's a pretty ugly.
Yeah.
So far, if you're looking at this chart and what was in 2018, 2019, the V right now is very ugly compared to that one. That one was way cleaner.
It's just hard to believe it's gonna recover with all this economic stress on the. Oh man.
But yeah, I mean, we're expected. So this week we're expected to have 5 million more weekly jobless claims, and that's tomorrow. So
watch the market go up on that news.
It did with the 3.3. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, like I was saying on the live stream, what's been happening the last few weeks is we rip on the jobless claims. So like on Thursdays, when the jobless claims have been coming out, we've been ripping up pretty large, right? But Fridays has been met with sell-off for pretty much every Friday.
Yeah, people
This
want to
week
hold.
is different because it's Good Friday. The market's closed this Friday, so Thursday is our Friday this week. So it's going to be interesting if the market or dips on Friday because of the jobless report, but it's also going to be the last day of the week to trade. So I don't know. I really don't know what's.
The markets are just crazy. Do you think?
Yeah, and right now we're kind of in limbo where you can say, hey, this is going to recover like at SPY, this is going to recover back up to like 280, 290 area, or is this setting up for another leg down? That's kind of the question in one of my questions that I have, and you don't really know, you know.
It'll be crazy if it breaks lows. Oof.
Dead cat bounce or what?
Insane.
How important is unemployment numbers if the government just puts everybody on the dole,
Puts everybody on the what?
on the payroll, like they just give them money to stay afloat.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but $1,200 in Illinois or
enough.
Chicago won't even pay my property taxes for 1 month. Maybe in Mississippi or Iowa or someplace, $1,200 will go a long way. But like around here, most apartments are going to be close to $2,000 for a 2-bedroom in the suburbs of Chicago. Downtown, you're going to be $4,000 or $5,000.
So is it a one-time payment of $1,200?
Yeah, for right now.
Right now it's $1,200. So that's why I was saying they're going to have to, like, if they want to see some sort of recovery, they don't want to do this because it's going to spook the market, but they're going to have to freeze mortgage or rent payments, because essentially when people get that $1,200, they're going to have to pick between food or shelter.
Mm-hmm.
They don't get to pay both. So which one is going to win? One's going to make the sacrifice. I'm guessing food's going to win because in Illinois, the governor said even if you don't pay, your landlord legally cannot evict you right now. But that doesn't mean when this is over, they just throw you out in the street and you don't have any money. I don't know.
Well, they also have access to unemployment, and they increased that by what, 600?
It's hard though. Like I'm doing it right now. The website's slow. They're taking forever to get back. Like.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just inundated with a request. So we're already at within 2 weeks, 10 million additional unemployed. This week, we're expecting another 5 million. I wonder if it's going to be more than. I'm thinking it's going to be more than 5 million for this week.
Like,
so 15 million unemployed within 3 weeks.
Like, what I don't understand is how people think the market's gonna go up when the Feds cut the rates to almost zero. Like, that's an indication that we're in a recession, but they're expecting the markets to go up when we're not doing well. They usually lower the rates when it's really bad, but they're like contradicting. They're lowering the rates, expecting it to go up when it should be the opposite. They need to raise the rates when the market's doing really good. So when the market does really bad, they cut the rates, but no one's spending money. So what's the point of lowering the rates when no one's spending? So it's hard to understand why they think the market's going to go up when no one's spending and the rates are low.
Yeah, they're just trying to encourage, but like for me, for instance, before all this, I was actually, I was looking to buy a new car, and then through all this, I'm thinking to myself, well, do I really want to spend 40 to 50 grand right now? And plus, I'm not going anywhere, just locked in my house, so it's like
the rates are low though if you want to get a car.
What's that?
Like the interest rates are low if you want to get a car, right?
Yeah, but I don't have anywhere to go with it.
Yeah.
I don't have anywhere to. I don't really have any use for it for a new car right now. And also, like, if you're thinking about it, like, let's say you're planning, would you rather take the 40 grand or 50 grand or whatever you're and buy a car, or would you rather keep that in the savings in case, hey, if this thing gets really bad, maybe I'm going to need that,
Hmm.
maybe I'm going to need that money. So that's kind of the thought process. I mean, the weekly mortgages were down 18% this week. Cars were taking a hit, and at the in China, when this was in February, their car sales were down 80%
Jeez.
in China in February. So we've only been at this. We've been only at this a few weeks, and so far the economic data is pretty poor. But
Yeah, I don't think people are gonna get back to work anytime soon. Not until like fall, base maybe. Because if people
yeah, I
start
mean,
going
I
now,
think
there's no vaccines if they get sick.
yeah, I mean that's the thing. Sure, we can reopen the economy, but if
A second wave is
tons of,
gonna hit.
if tons of people get sick, I mean, what's the
Yeah.
So Tesla puts or what?
Are they supposed to talk right now, Tesla, or release a statement about them cutting wages or something?
so Tesla or last night, was it last night? They're cutting all of their salaried employees and they're furloughing all their hourly workers. And the pay cuts for these employees are supposed to be reduced until the end of the second quarter. So, and the people are furloughed till May 4th.
That seems like bad news to me, kind of.
Well, the California made them shut down production because Elon was saying when this was first on, was like, hey guys, don't worry about the virus. He didn't say it was a hoax or anything, but he's just like, yeah, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. We'll be fine. But now, and that's the way he's been running his company. But then the state of California is like, yo, bro, you gotta chill. You gotta shut down vehicle production. Only thing that you can make right now is ventilators. And he's like, all right, fine. And now because of that, they're like, oh crap, we're not going to make any cars. We're not going to sell any cars. So that's why he's got to furlough people, and they got to take the hit on the salary. But he didn't say any. But the thing is, they didn't say anyone was getting laid off. So, but
Okay. If he says
I
that,
think
they
it's
are
only
they are
holding
trying
right
to save
now.
some cash.
Yeah, I think it's only holding right now because Spy is pushing. But
Yeah, I
should've
mean
been
Tesla's
going down
chart
right now.
is way different today than anyone else.
yeah.
Yesterday, and what was interesting is a couple days ago when Tesla was, what was it like? Let me see here. It
It's in
was
the 500s.
it was like 450 or something like that, 440,
Oh yeah.
and the market was rallying. But yesterday, when we had the big sell off and Tesla was up 5%, it didn't really sell off. It didn't go
Just
red.
yeah, just a little.
So a lot of people got screwed on that.
Tesla's just a beast of its own.
So yeah, a lot of people didn't go well.
I don't understand Zoom. New York banned Zoom, and still thriving, and they have like some legal allegations or something too.
Yeah,
Or
for the hackers.
so, I
Yeah,
don't know
now
why
that
it's
it
still
became
up.
more popular, I mean, Zoom, from an IT perspective, Zoom's always been insecure. There's nothing. Zoom's had security vulnerabilities for forever. It's always been insecure. It's been one of the most insecure platforms for virtual conferencing like ever. And now that people are using it, the government is looking for things to do. They're like, oh, actually, hey guys, we should just kind of investigate this now that all these millions of people are using it. Is it safe? And turns out, but this is not it's not new. I mean, anyone in IT knows that
Mhm.
Zoom is one of the least secure conferencing platforms out there.
My government department banned the use of Zoom.
Phew.
What department is that?
Veterans Affairs. Because
Yeah.
there's this big thing about doing telehealth, right?
Yeah, I heard of that.
So they kind of started trying to do. I don't know the exact specifics, but 3 weeks later, after all this starts, they put out a memo saying, you got to watch what you're doing. If you do this, you got to set it up as this and that and have a password. And they said, but just don't do it. Use the tools we've already given you, which was Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Skype, and they said to focus on using that.
Yeah, I mean, Microsoft Teams. There's a lot more security in that, a lot more organizational control over Zoom. But I mean, anything can get if the admins give people access, can create an insecure environment. So.
But doesn't it seem funny that Microsoft doesn't come out with a whole bunch of advertising touting their Skype and their Teams and it's just, it turns out that Zoom runs with the ball and Microsoft doesn't really do anything to say, but we got something better. It's weird.
Just have a lot on their
Yeah,
plates.
well, I think because Zoom and Microsoft. I mean, I think Microsoft's trying to keep up with demand. They're actually coming out with a new product called Microsoft 365. So they're rolling in all Windows licensing, Office, everything into Microsoft 365. So Office 365, all that, Windows
Excel,
10 licensing. And they're trying to create a forever license model for their business. So that way, hey, for $10 a month, you have access forever to all the tools that you'll need. And they're just trying to get everyone on that platform versus, hey, 30 minutes of Zoom web conferencing. That's just like all they offer, So they're I think Microsoft is trying to think bigger picture, and they don't really care about the customers that are using Zoom,
Makes sense.
Because they're building all that with Microsoft 365. They're going to be building all through Windows 10. It's going to be probably some more litigation issues when kind of like when Internet Explorer, when they bundled Internet Explorer and Edge when that was the big thing for antitrust issues. Just saying, hey, you're not letting other people compete. It's going to be the same thing when they start bundling all this into Microsoft 365. They're like, hey, but I think they can get away with it because they're like basically going to say, hey, this person signed up for this service and it's in our service, it's bundled, so that's what they get. So I think that Microsoft has learned from their prior litigation days, with antitrust and all that, and trying to be broken up. And
Do you do this often, Nick? Talking to us, or it's just every once in a while?
I generally don't. Just kind of hanging out today,
This is cool.
The sun's out in Chicago. Was feeling good. Normally the sun's not out here. I mean, in 2020, we've probably had like 1 week of sunshine already. That's
Jeez,
it.
I'm in Florida. I see that shit every day.
Yeah, that's why you gotta take your vitamin D supplements in here. You start thinking weird thoughts. It's just dark all the time and depressing, and now we're locked inside and everything's closed and everyone's dead.
But this is cool. So basically,
Nick, from an investor's perspective, what of the three cruise line stocks, the big three, which one is poised to have the best recovery, if any recovery at all?
CCL maybe?
So you're talking about like CCL,
Yeah, Royal Caribbean, CCL, and Norwegian.
CCL took a.
I mean, I think all their charts look the same. I think it depends. I've never really traded the cruise lines because there was really no reason to, and now that there's a big dip, maybe there's a reason to. I think what it's going to come down to is liquidity. So what we have to look into as, for ourselves or any, look at who has the best liquidity to withstand this, because if they don't get a government bailout, I think what's going to happen is some of these companies are going to try to merge with each other to try to save. Like if there's, it's kind of like back in 2008 with the banks. Is like, hey guys, we can't save them all. Which ones are going to go out of business and which ones are going to merge with other banks, right? So what they're going to try to do is probably see which ones are the most liable to succeed depending on their liquidity, and also when will the customers and how will the customers trust these cruise lines again? Like, if we don't have a vaccine, and getting sick on cruises is nothing new. I mean, we know all like the staph infections and all that stuff that live on cruise ships, but they were never really like deadly. Now the issue is, especially the people that are currently, there's a lot of cruise ships right now that are out at sea that no government will let them dock with the couple hundred sick people with coronavirus. So they're basically just stuck out at sea and they can't dock still. So I think there's a couple things that the cruise lines, kind of like the airline industry after 9/11, I mean, probably not as bad, but they have to establish the trust again with the customer to get them to buy. And what is that going to take? Is it going to take them to highly discount their trips? Is it going to take them, which will cost them money? I mean, what's going to cause the consumer to book a cruise? That's what I would be looking at.
Did you check all the cruisers' balance sheets? Because CCL's got the best one, in my opinion.
Huh.
I have not. That's why I'm saying that's something that we would have to look into. But
Well,
if you've researched it,
they've got the most cash.
enlighten us.
So CCL's got the most cash out of all the other ones. I think Caribbean's got the lowest. But that's why I made a position on CCL for 2022. I put a $20 put credit spread and 17.5 as well.
That makes sense.
If it goes to $20, which is, it's already on 12 at the moment. So it's either it goes bankrupt or it's gonna do really well in a year or two. So I'm risking like 400 to make was it 1.6K, which is decent in my opinion.
Makes sense. Carnival is pretty trashy, so they don't really spend that much like Royal Caribbean. So they have a lot of cash on the side.
Yeah, and plus they just raised I think 5 billion on bonds, so it's a shit deal because they pay 11.5 on the 4 billion, but they have enough cash to last like 6 months, maybe slightly more.
So is BA gonna get a bailout, like the airlines, or because I don't think the government will let them fall.
No, I think the government wants them to take it. Boeing, I think, refused because they wanted some sort of stake. Yeah. So they've got like a backline. If they want to stop being like pussies, then if they're really gonna go bankrupt, they'll probably end up taking it. But it's really funny. The government's like blackmailing.
I mean, Trump even said that they will not allow Boeing to go out, because if they do, then basically we have to rely on foreign governments to build planes and stuff for the Air Force, and that's not something that they're going to allow.
So if they do take the bailout, what's gonna happen to the stock? Is it gonna pump it up, or is it gonna crash it, or just stay the same basically?
I think it will pump up if they do take it, because then there's no chance of bankruptcy. No.
Yeah,
but I think in the long term, I'm not sure what the government. What does that even mean if the government has stakes in it? Like they're just making bank, like getting dividends or some shit.
Well, remember they also talked about banning buybacks for companies. Does anyone remember that Mark Cuban tweet that anybody that takes a handout they need to make sure that buybacks are banned forever? And Trump said he was open to that idea because for whatever reason, he doesn't like the idea of buybacks.
Well, the problem with buybacks is that they used billions of dollars to buy back their stock, and then when things got bad, they couldn't survive a week without going on the brink of bankruptcy. is the issue,
Nick, do you really think Tesla? I think you said like you didn't think Tesla would make it. During this shit? You said they didn't have enough cash to make it through.
I mean, I'm just talking about like if I was going to place a bet on one of the companies and I'm talking about like a long-term like shutdown or
car company.
something extremely damaging, like people aren't buying anything, I mean, I'm talking about like depression level, I would think that Tesla would be one of the first companies not to see the other side of this.
That makes sense.
Well, hasn't their orders like stayed the same? Wasn't there like a report of that like a week ago, or it's gone up or something?
Oh, that was before all this. I think that was like the quarter 4, quarter 1.
I thought they popped up like last week.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
I mean their lows were like 360 and it's at 550 now. So I mean they've recovered, almost 200. But a lot of people, even people I talked to, are like, hey, it's basically at 50% discount from where it was at 900. That's if you believe that the stock deserved to be at 900 in the first place. I think things got a little bit out of control. In 2019, 2020 with the buying. I mean, it was extreme FOMO. They're like, oh yeah, we had a red year in 2018. We're never gonna have a red year for the next 5 years. Let's just buy all we can. And now look at us. We're freaking. I can't. I gotta. There's not even enough food at the store. It's like talk about buying Tesla stock. Like,
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, if it lasts.
but going back to what you're saying, what does it look like when a government takes a stake or funds a company like Boeing? Back in 2008, basically GM, Chrysler, all the automotive companies were done, and they got bailed out. They got bailed out along with the banks. Ford was the only company that didn't take a government loan, and they made it through the Great Recession without any government help or assistance. And now GM and Chrysler. Now Chrysler was sold off to some other brand. I forget what it was called. But essentially, they it's a loan that the government has an interest in that company until they repay that loan. And GM and all them work to repay the government back essentially. And because no company wants the government to have a long-term stake into their company and having oversight and being able to govern that company. So like if the reason why Boeing is saying we don't want the bailout is because the stipulations were, hey, someone from the government has got to sit on the board, help make decisions to make sure our investment is in good hands because you guys couldn't be trusted in the first place. Which I mean, obviously makes sense. If you give somebody money, you want to have some say in it on what happens with it. But Boeing doesn't like that. Other companies don't like the government intervening with their decisions because obviously the government's going to do what benefits the government, not necessarily the company. So it's a that's why they're fighting it. Now, if Boeing goes down to $10 a share, I mean, it's gonna do. It's gonna have to do what it's gonna have to do. I mean, hope that doesn't happen. If Boeing is $10 a share, but the other thing is Boeing is coming off an enormous scandal crisis with the 737 MAX, and people were canceling orders, and now it's rolled into this. And they haven't even fixed that issue yet, but no one's talking about it because no one's ordering planes right now, and they've canceled all their orders. So I don't know.
Do you think the resort stocks are quite good? Because if you think about it, like long term, you can essentially double your money if you go with something like Wynn Resorts, or because all of the resorts or the hotels at the moment are like half their value compared to like 4 months ago. So if you like, I've been struggling with whether to do long term, like cruise and then resorts, or just do a bunch of options, because I made an option today with on Disney, and it's literally not even following the market. The SPY's gone up like, was it 2 point something, and Disney's down at the moment. But
yeah, I mean, for me, kind of my strategy right now for the long term is like let's say for buying stocks, my strategy right now is if you're holding 5 years, multiple years, if you don't time the bottom right, who really cares? Because 5 years from now, you're not gonna be like, oh, I missed Disney by $10 a share. Big deal. 10 years from now, 5 years from now, what I'm looking at for my long-term positions is really I'm just seeing what a couple quarters of this looks like. I don't want to be the first guy to go in and buy when we're on the verge of a recession or in a recession technically. Because if you look at charts for when we're in a recession, you have a period of 18 to 24 months to buy all the stock you want. So for me, there's really no rush to go in and start buying when a recession typically lasts between 18 and 24 months. So if a recession is 18 to 24 months and it's going to take a while to recover, there's really no reason for me to just go in and start buying things. I do think that Disney's at a good level, and I do like Disney out of more other stocks, but because it's at a multi-year support level, I do like that. However, I want a couple quarters to go by, because if it's at a multi-year support level and it's just kind of like chopping up and down, I'll probably have the opportunity for the next 6 to 12 months to make a purchase if I want to make a purchase. But I want to see what kind of, we don't really have an idea or an indicator other than how many people are unemployed on what the long-term damage is and what it's going to take to recover from this. Like, let's say they open the economy and everyone goes back to work. Oh, everyone goes back to work except for those 10 million people, because now we have computers doing their jobs. We don't need them anymore. Not saying that's going to happen, but now is an opportunity, I think, for companies to make those decisions, because you can use the coronavirus as a scapegoat to make decisions for your company that you're planning on doing anyways. It's like, I was like the banks. They could be like, oh yeah, the banks have been laying off entire floors for years due to AI, and this could be a good example for the banks to shed another 10,000, 100,000 jobs.
True.
So if you haven't lived through a recession or looked at recession or traded through or invested through a recession, the only way to really learn is just to go look at the charts and dive in and try to relive it through the numbers, because the numbers are there. So that kind of helps. It kind of helps me make decisions about long term. Is like, because everyone's like, oh man, I should buy. But if a recovery takes a couple of years, are you going to buy the first 3 weeks we're in the recession? There's really no point.
I heard people say like the whole point of this recession is because of the virus. Like the other recessions, there was like the mortgage crash, so they had like a reason on like something being flawed. Is there a reason? Is there anything flawed in our economy right now, or the only reason it's down like this is because of the virus?
Well, it depends on how long this goes for, but I think that they've already reported in February that the amount of credit being used is higher than normal. The more people use credit and debt, and let's say right now you can issue like a forbearance on your mortgage and not pay for 3 to 6 months. But the problem with a forbearance is it's not a freeze. So at the end of 6 months, you have to pay every single month that it was due. So let's say your mortgage was $2,000 a month. You're going to have to come up with $12,000 at the end of the 6 month period. And if you don't have it, then you're basically issued a lien and you're foreclosed on. They push you out of your house.
Gee.
So I think yes, the virus was the issue, unlike the other ones, but was the virus was kind of like the black swan that kicked everything over the edge. Do you guys think it's healthy that, hey, companies were shut down for a week and they didn't have enough cash to withstand 1 week of being closed? Is that healthy? When they tell us, hey, you should have 6 months of emergency funds to survive in case you lose your job.
Most people don't have that.
So I think that the economy I don't think it was healthy. And if defaults and foreclosures and it kind of trickles down that way, it's going to create a big issue, and the cracks are going to be revealed. Now, I'm not trying to be negative, but I think that it's going to reveal the issues versus masking them.
You know,
Because
a great thing all you guys can do is just listen to what your coworkers are doing or saying, and your family and your friends, and that'll give you a pointer for where things are going to go. Because, like in 06, 07, you know, when houses were getting just astronomical, I heard, you know, people started saying, you know, I just want to bail on this, and then, you know, enough people start talking about it, and you know, it kind of happens, you know. And with me talking with my coworkers, it's like, yeah, they could open up, they could say, okay, country's open again, but you know, they don't have a vaccine. I'm 48. Yes, geez, you know, people younger than me are dying from this, and I'm not gonna go out and sit at McDonald's or Panera or just walk around in the mall until they have a vaccine for this. I'm lucky I get to work at home, and I think I'm gonna stay at home.
So it gives you an idea of the general consensus, right?
That makes sense.
yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a long time till we get back to normal. Like, are you going to feel going to a sporting event or a huge stadium or something like that with, you know?
UFC is hosting their own event April 18th still. They don't give
Who
a
is?
fuck. UFC. But no one's going to be attending. It's just fighters. But that's
Oh,
crazy
kinda
that
like
they're...
WWE and all that.
Yeah.
In my
Khabib.
hometown, we have some dirt track
Khabib.
racers, and they're starting to turn to virtual racing to get their fix.
Khabib's stuck in Russia though.
Yeah, he should have came back.
The
Hit up
guy's got
Putin.
more excuses than I don't know what, man.
He's friends with Putin, man. Putin could give him a nice private jet over here.
Yeah, you're right.
I think that fight's just rigged. It's not happening.
Yeah, no, Ferguson and Justin Gaethje are having at it.
Oh yeah, I had a thought yesterday. Could you technically launder money using like, illiquid options?
Asking for a friend, right?
So suppose that an option has 0 volume, 0 open interest, and could you launder money like if you had a drug business on the side?
Wait, can you repeat that question?
I mean,
I said-
how would you
Okay,
would
suppose-
you do that through a
He's
brokerage
selling
account
toilet paper for
that's
5,000 a
taxed?
roll.
Okay, no, but if you so if you had a drug business, all right, and you put the cash into a brokerage, and then you set up another brokerage, and then you'd like essentially claim a loss on one of the brokerage by essentially like selling like overpriced or you know, buy an option with the other account, and then it sounded better in my head, but
I mean, I guess,
think you
I
can
guess the
technically
only way
launder money.
I think the only way that you is if you had a kind of a legal S corp or some sort of business set up that had a brokerage account underneath that corporation name that was a kind of a shell company, and then you could do it that way. But I don't think you would be able to do it through your own personal brokerage because any funds that pass through the government reviews, you know. I mean, it basically be like opening a laundromat and pushing money through that way, you know.
Well, what if you do it for another person? Like, suppose you hired a person, like, and then suppose if they have all the money, and then they just transfer that money to you using options. Could you do that? And then that's essentially laundering because you're transferring money.
I mean, I think they're gonna find you eventually.
That's third party money laundering. You're gonna get screwed big time on that. So
Yeah,
don't
I
even
don't
try
think.
it, man.
No, I'm not trying it. It just it was a thought. I was literally
My bad. Tell your friend not to try it.
I was watching. Have you guys seen Breaking Bad?
Yes.
Yeah, I was watching Better Call Saul last night, and then there's an episode about money laundering, and I was like, shit, could you do that with options?
I mean, yeah, you can launder anything.
But would it be better to do it with options than a business?
I have no comment.
Yeah,
A
I'm
smart man.
reported to the FBI by one of
I
your
mean,
lot.
you can do whatever for as long as you want to do it until I mean,
No, I just said it would be a viable alternative to launder money rather than a a laundromat or some shit. Disney's down 1% shit. I've still got my puts, so I'm not like doing too shit. But my calls definitely got down. I should have sold it when I had 50%.
50%.
most of the market's stuck right now. But yeah, Disney, Chinese stocks are getting Alibaba, Baidu, IQ. TLT's at 165.
What is
Maybe get long
TLT? What is that?
Yeah, I don't really
What
understand
does that mean
TLT.
either?
What else? Netflix is down.
Nick, could you give us a quick lesson on TLT?
Yeah.
VIX is down 6%, but it's trying to make a push. It leveled out at 43, but it's trying to make a push now.
Yeah, what time set, please?
Nick, we need a quick lesson, please.
Yeah, on TLT.
Oh, what's the question? Sorry, I was
We said, could you give us a lesson on TLT, the bond stock thingy?
So it just tracks the 20-year treasury bonds. So, if you are looking at the bond pricing, so typically, I don't know if you guys know much about stocks versus bonds, but liquidity pumps between stocks and bonds versus which one is the better option for that time. So if people think that bonds have a better risk reward ratio than stocks, then money is going to be flowing into bonds, which is going to increase the bonds. If they think that stocks are a bit better risk reward ratio, then money's going to be flowing out of bonds into stocks. So that's kind of how they're kind of pairs traded.
So during a recession, would TLT essentially go up when the market goes down, or not?
Yeah, so bonds, people will be if stocks are no longer the viable option in terms of investing long term over the next 12 months or 2 years or whatever, bonds will start pushing up. Now it's not like the where people get confused, especially like with the VIX and stuff like that, where people get confused, it's not like one goes up, one goes down type of thing. If you guys look at,
So it's not an inverse?
It's not like an inverse. Like if you look at like kind of like VIX, people are like, hey, if the stock's going up, VIX should be going down. It's not like that. You have to plan your trades just like you do any other stock, or any other product. So if you're looking to trade bonds, you definitely want to look at the treasury rates, the 10-year, the 20-year. And that was the big deal. And this is kind of what put me on high alert. That's kind of what I'm more prepared for today. Was back in, you guys remember, what was it, 8 months ago or so, where the yield curves inverted, and that is a signal. There's a high probability that we're going to have a recession. And then they reverted back, and everyone's like, just kidding, we're going to be fine. And now look at us, so when those yield curves inverted, basically it should have put you kind of on high alert. And now we're in a recession because that indicator's worked. I don't remember how many times over the last 50 years, but it has like a 80 to 90% success rate. I have to look up what the exact number is, but so that's why I took it a little bit more seriously. And then when it reverted, the market calmed down, but then the market just kind of skyrocketed. And then, due to the coronavirus, we catapulted down.
So is a yield curve like is it TLT basically?
No, so the I'm trying to pull it up here. I can maybe share my screen here. So pretty simple. I don't know if you guys, let's see if I can pull this up real quick. see if we can. Trying to go live on this. Okay. So I don't know if you can see that.
Inverted yield curve.
Okay, I don't know if you can see that. So basically, it's like the yield curve versus short-term interest and high term, higher than long-term rates. So when those inverted or reverted is where you're going to, you can read this whole thing right here. But basically, the short-term yields crossed over with the long-term real yields, which was causing a inversion. So. But yeah, you can read this whole thing through Investopedia if you're looking, if you have some free time.
Who made Investopedia? Is it just Wikipedia, like random people, or is it like actual credible?
No, I think it's I don't actually know.
I don't know.
I think it's a company. Let's see here. Investopedia is a part of Dash. Looks like it's a holding company. But basically, I mean, the only thing, they're not really for strategy. They're just basically if you're trying to figure out what certain terms mean, I think it's good for any investor. Some people are like, hey, I don't know what a call or a put is. All you just kind of look it up and it gives you like a one sentence definition of what a call is.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, TLT tracks the 20-year Treasury bonds. There's the 10-year and there's the 20-year, and TLT is 20-year. So it's the more of the longer-term Treasuries bonds.
So do you reckon we're gonna hit like 300 on the SPY, or we're gonna bounce off or something?
I think that's what everybody wants to know. I mean, I mean, if we knew,
do you think if
we would probably make 50 within the next 6 months?
It has to get over 275.
Yeah, I mean the top traders in the world are just like, we're just gonna take it day by day. I don't know. Like that's the problem with like optimism. Right now the market running up on optimism because I think the coronavirus is slowing. But optimism doesn't mean anything. I mean, the market could be fearful, the market could be greedy, and that's just a feeling. It doesn't mean anything. And when corrections come, it's due to the market being overvalued or undervalued for a long period of time. So where that true value is and where do we go from to take? I mean, most recoveries to get back up, like if we look at SPY, let me look up SPY 2008 to, let me pull up 20-year SPY here. If we look at like 2008, SPY was 150. It didn't get back to 150 until basically 2011, 2012. So a true recovery is a long process. Us going up real quick is not good.
Yeah.
It means that it's most likely going to be met with a sharp sell-off sooner than later, Now, we could be wrong and it goes up in a V-shaped chart, but what does that mean for the long term then?
Yeah, that's not sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically putting everything back together the way it was, which the probabilities of that is probably very low. I mean, it could happen. Maybe the coronavirus thing will all die down and everyone, hey, that was a rough couple months and that'll be that. But that's optimism. That doesn't mean anything.
Hey Nick, would you ever make any videos analyzing like a stock and going through the balance sheet and sort of like an analyst, or are you just trying to do options at the moment?
Yeah,
I know
I mean,
you've done some long term, but
yeah, I mean, I've been trying to figure out a good balance. So there's a couple things like when it comes to like content is like how much time that I have, and the other thing is like, okay, what I mean, I have pretty good momentum right now with options trading, adding in there. What does the schedule look like for when I post videos for long term? And I've been trying like on weekends and stuff, post different types of content to see what people are interested in. But that is definitely something that's on my list that I'd like to do for sure.
Is there gonna be a FOMC meeting at 2?
So they're releasing from their meeting. So there's not going to be a meeting. They're releasing the minutes from their meeting.
Mm.
what do you mean by the minutes?
They're probably just going to say so the minutes. So when you have a meeting, minutes are recorded in terms of like for public companies and for any company. Like even if you're a private company, you have to hold a certain number of minutes that you're held in meetings and making decisions and record. And that's what they're going to be releasing is the content of that meeting. It's in written, like somebody like so a bunch like us right now. We're meeting right now. It'd be somebody transcribing in the room what's taking place in this meeting right now, and that's what's going to be released.
Shit, I'd be arrested for talking about the money laundering.
Yeah,
immediately.
you're done, bro.
Shit.
You're done.
I should pack my bags and move back to England. But
Yeah,
I can't even do that because all the
I don't
fucking
think you.
airports
Yeah,
are closed.
yeah. You
Shit.
can't even take a cruise there right now. So
Oh yeah, gotta go on CCL. I heard they were gonna. I mean, Trump was talking about CCL, making CCL like a hospital. Was it cruise? And it was really funny, but it never happened, obviously. But I think
It's just horrible.
plus it's really weird how like all these cruises, all of the employees, apart from like the high end ones, are not from America. So that's why they're not getting the bailout. Is what I found on the research because most of the employees are like
Philippines
yeah,
and all that. Yeah, they're
sounds
getting
like
paid.
shit.
They're not getting paid
Yeah.
shit. That's why they got
well,
good cash.
they used
Yeah, keeping the cost
to
down.
bypass the taxes, and that's why people are angry.
It's really interesting as well that like 2 weeks was it a week ago, Saudi Arabia announced like they had 8% stake in Carnival. So we'll see. I don't know if Saudis are gonna save them, but
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised as things become lower value that other countries start taking stakes in different companies in commercial real estate and stuff, especially the U.S. interests. So it's going to be interesting.
SPY had a little sell-off here. Trying to recover now. The last 30 minutes can be interesting.
Just trying to see what it wants to do here at 270.
I have some cash saved for the last hour to see if any momentum. I think it can break out 272 to go to 275 or get rejected.
Watch it rips up to like 290 and everyone dies.
Oh Jesus, 290! Holy fuck, bro! And it's same week expiration too. Those contracts will be worth over a couple 100%.
Yeah, a couple thousand probably.
Oh yeah, a couple.
I mean, the expected move for between now
$3
is let's see, SPY here is $3.
That's
so if it moves $20, I mean
How
that's
do you
gonna
guys
be like a
expect the
10.
expected move?
It's in the option contract.
You guys on Thinkorswim?
Yeah, on Thinkorswim, if you open up the contract on the top right with like the percent and then the plus and minus, that's the 3.034. That's the expected move.
Oh, so that little plus or minus is the expected move?
Yeah. So if the stock moves past that, you'll make money if you're on the right side. But if it stays between that $3, your theta would just decay so bad.
Wait,
for
so
the
you're
premium.
looking at the April 8 expiration, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're dirt
You mean
cheap.
April 9, right? Oh, you look at SPY, shit.
Yeah, they're dirt cheap. Risk $60 to make a couple hundred if it goes as well. $90.
Looks like it wants to crack like 270 right now.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Hey Nick, when you first started trading options, how long was it until you started putting on spreads?
Probably within the first year.
Within the first year of
Like,
trading?
yeah, for me, for instance, like when I get interested about a topic, especially something that's like options, I'm really interested in. I mean, just like anything, the more you know or the less you know is going to help me, right? So, options being as complex, I spent a lot of time just trying to read about what you can do, different strategies, and what a lot of people do is they get lazy and they're like, oh, all I need to know is buy call, buy put. That's all I need to know, and they don't really care to look any further. But ignorance in the marketplace is going to cost you a lot of money because the smart players are going to come in and swoop up your cash. So you want to make sure buying and selling calls and puts is not a good strategy 100% of the time. There's a time and place for it, sure, but it's not necessarily the strategy you want to implement every single day, every single trade. So, and that's why you make money and you lose money with certain strategies and certain marketing conditions.
Aren't spreads better for smaller accounts?
Yeah, I mean, people, debit spreads, credit spreads definitely are good for small account sizes for sure.
Because they like limit the risk. Well, depending on which spread you do, and
yeah, I think. But the confusion
cheaper.
thing about spreads, I think that small accounts come into is the risk of assignment exercising, and people get really confused about that. But if they get really confused about that,
shouldn't be doing it.
Tells me that they don't really understand what one options contract really was in the first place. Like if you'll make more money once you understand like what the concepts are, and a lot of people, it's kind of like math. If you don't have a good foundation, anything that you build on top of that is not going to be good. But if you build a good foundation, understand what a single contract is, understand the terms, and then build on top of that knowledge, I mean, you're more successful.
Yeah, I think like 3 months ago, probably like a bit more than 6 months ago, I did my first spread and I got assigned for the first time. I was like, what the fuck? I was literally, because it was over the weekend, and I'm not sure if it was Disney or Apple, but I got assigned, and then you get really like if you haven't done it before, you get freaked out and shit. Because on my account I had like 300 shares, and then I had minus like 50k buying power on Robinhood.
50k.
Yeah, it's something crazy like that. Yeah.
Wait, how does that even happen?
Robinhood had that glitch where.
No, it's not a glitch. If you get assigned on Robinhood, if you don't like close out your spread, suppose if you're on a losing position and you just take the max loss, they assign you the stuff and it messes up with your buying power, so you can't trade options for like the next 2 trading days or 1. Depends on when the spread finished or ended.
Wasn't there a story where someone took advantage of that and put on like a $3 million trade with Robinhood with only like
no, he
10,
did something. He did margin or something. It was a glitch with margin where you could get unlimited margin.
That guy's insane.
Yeah, I don't know if he made money or if he lost.
I think he lost money. I think he's in a lawsuit right now. He doesn't want to pay back all the money that he lost.
Yeah, I saw on Reddit some person made his account from 80k on Robinhood to 2 million, and then he went down again, I think to 1.1 he's got at the moment. So
are you talking about Wall Street bets?
Yeah. I was like, holy shit.
I love Wall Street bets. It's so funny. There, there's a guy that put down like $800,000 on the SPX that's gonna go down, and he's currently losing like 50 or 60% on that.
Umar?
Those guys are crazy.
XPX? Oh,
Yeah.
is it the
the
bull
good
one
thing
or
about
or the bear one?
That's a bull. It's this SPY base. It's just I don't even know how to explain it. SPX is, and you know how the
I know,
SPY is
three
270.
times.
Yeah.
I think I've got 20 shares of it.
Oh,
okay.
more than 3 times. It's trading in the 2000s.
Wait, Eric, are you talking about?
Yeah, it's 10 times.
10. What do you say, Eric? Or,
Are you talking about Umar?
I don't know his name.
The one advantage is in SPX cash settled. So if you're running close to expiration, you're not going to be at risk of getting assigned like you were. Like if you have in the money spreads for, any other stock, Disney, Netflix, or anything like that, your risk to being assigned a stock. But if you trade SPX, since it's cash settled, you're not, and it's settled at expiration, you don't have an early assignment risk. So that's why a lot of people trade or sell premium same day expiration in SPX and stuff like that, because there's no assignment risk.
So other than that, I know SPX has options. What's the main difference other than the options to be more expensive? Is there more reward with SPX than
It's
the
3 times,
SPY?
isn't it? Yeah, it's 3 times the. So if it moves like 1%, it's 3 times that.
No,
So if you have
SPX is not a.
It's not.
SPX is just 10. Is the S&P 500? It's 10 times SPY basically. So it's SPX is just the S&P 500. It's not a. It's not a leveraged. It's not a 3 times leveraged ETF or anything like that. It's a.
Well, isn't that the XPLL, like XPXL?
Oh, SPXL.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one is. That is a. That's the directional bull ETF. I don't ever trade that. I don't even know.
So why would people trade SPX options over SPY? Is it because they can get less contracts and make good amount of money than SPY? Because I know SPY, if you want to make good money, you have to get a good amount of contracts.
Yeah, and like I said, it's also settled. It's not settled in stock. So you don't have an assignment risk. So like if you have in the money options that you're selling or short on SPY, you have a risk of getting assigned that stock at any time. With SPX, you don't have that risk.
So what about buying naked and naked calls and puts? Not really a
Well,
difference.
I guess it doesn't matter if you're buying naked calls and puts, other than you like
just more
positions.
expensive.
Do you ever do options with your long-term stocks, Nick, or not?
No.
No.
I don't look at those accounts. I'm gonna make a purchase.
You don't hedge your investments?
What's that?
You don't hedge your investments?
I mean, I trade options short term is about all I do.
Oh, okay.
Like if I'm like right now, since I'm on the younger side,
Yeah, I get you.
I mean, there's no, if it's a stock I still believe in, 10, 20 years from now, I'm just going to kind of write it out and, buy some more along the way here and average down. And that's all you can really do. But I don't trade options on like IRA, 401k. I mean, you could if you want to, but I feel like for me, if you start getting into that, then you start getting a little on the gambling side, It's like, oh, it's just a 30K loss.
Jeez, I can't imagine saying
like
that.
If you wanted to buy a long-term stock and you wanted to sell a put, for example, and you're comfortable buying it at the price, would you ever do that? Because if it doesn't pan out, you're investing for the long term, and if it does pan out, you just got a bunch of premium you wouldn't get otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I guess whatever works for you. I tend not be active in the long term, more passive. I mean, you could. I just
Did you
don't.
start off trading options like short term, or did you do long term first, then switch over to uh,
I
options?
just tried everything.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I think we all start. Well, most people start with penny stocks, and then they get their
Oh
ass
yeah, of
handed
course.
too.
Yeah, I start.
Yeah,
As soon as I turned 18, I fucking.
that's why I did. Even
I
my
think I did
offshore
red.
brokers. Oh, those were horrible times.
I think shirt trader's done.
I think they moved to F1 trade, or no, or M1 trade. One of those two.
Probably not a good idea.
Yeah, I'm done with that. Those 6-to-1 leverage on a $500 account. Those YouTubers that do the small account challenges really make it look really good.
So easy, yeah. I shot like
Easy.
turned 500 to like fucking
100,000 in
50K.
30 days or 60 days.
Yeah.
It's good
Actually,
marketing.
there's a YouTuber who live streams every day on options. He made I forgot account from 1,000 to 50K using TLT. He did a spread.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
You know who I'm on about. I forgot his
Yeah.
name.
Are we allowed to say YouTubers, Nick, or no?
I don't care. I mean.
Oh, was it Trading Fraternity?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
He does.
And I was like,
I don't understand him.
I don't. Yeah, no, I know. I was like, what the fuck? And then he makes it like, oh guys, I knew this was gonna happen. It's so easy, you know.
I watch some of his videos. He does like his thing called ghetto spreads, where like he takes a risk out, and it's just all profit after that.
Oh yeah, when he makes profit, I don't know.
He does really ghetto spreads, like really unorthodox, and once they like reach a certain point, I guess, he takes a risk out by doing something, and then it's just profit from there. He just lets them ride out till expiration. I don't really understand strategies.
Yeah, what a lot of people. Let's say, for instance, I'm holding a 100 call on Disney, and Disney rips to 110. And let's say I had 10 contracts of that or something.
Mm-hmm.
What I would do is I would sell, let's say, 5 of those contracts, take out my profit, take out the risk, and then what you do is you would then short, like if you're in Disney. So if I'm holding the 100 calls and it rips up to 110, you then short like the 110. You short like the 110 calls. So then it turns it into a spread. But the price that you got, like you bought the original 100 calls for cheap, they increase in value, and now you're shorting the 110 calls in your hopes that you collect that premium, so then you reduce the risk. And if it goes up higher against your position, you still have those calls that you bought for cheap, so you're going to exceed the price that you're shorting the premium.
Yeah, that's what he does, all those. And he talks about standard deviations and stuff with Tasty Works. Looks like he knows what he's doing.
It generally only really works if you have big moves and you're trading, 10, 20 contracts, 50 contracts, stuff like that.
Yeah, he does that. Yeah. Seems like he knows what he's doing.
I haven't seen him do a single option. I mean, maybe he does have options on the side, but he does quite a lot of spreads.
Yeah.
I was really shocked at the TLT one though. He made 50K. I was like, what the fuck? And I didn't understand.
But
you make money with spreads or naked options?
I'm assuming you make more with naked options, but spreads I prefer
consistent,
spread,
probably.
Reduced. It's less money.
I saw one of his videos and he showed like his small account that he took like all these big numbers, and throughout the whole year he was always going down. Like he was always being red, and his strategy is just one good trade will make up for everything plus more. So I guess that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of traders, especially stuff. I've been trading for a long time, and they focus on big wins, but not necessarily a win rate. Like for me, for instance, I tend to focus on win rate versus big wins, and it's just really preference. I mean, if you can, mentally, if you can withstand being beaten up 10 trades in a row and then you have a huge winner, then that's fine. But for like my trading style and what gets me through on a day-to-day basis is not being beat up for 2 weeks straight, and then I have a big win. You know, so for me, it's just taking profits along the way and then deploying that capital and just kind of rinse and repeat and trying to maintain at least an 80% win rate. But these other traders, some of these other traders, like, oh, I'm good with a 10 to 20% win rate. You know, it's kind of the inverse of our traders. It really depends on what works for you. You know.
Yeah, like I heard a podcast where this guy was in a firm, millions or billions of dollars, and he said if his firm every year they try and get like 2 or 3 big trades, and if they don't have those 2 or 3 big trades, they'll break even. So I guess that's some people, they just want those really big winners.
Yeah.
And they're just content with small losers or no, just breaking even.
Yeah.
But what really makes
I don't know how to predict that, you know? Like you can set
hard.
yourself up for that, but like most times, like you were saying, like if you only win 2 times out of the year and they're huge, that means you're going 250 days that you're going to lose money. Like, is that something that you want to do?
That's hard.
I mean, do you want to do something that you fail at every day? Like, does that make you want to get up in the morning and say, hey, let's go lose some more money today? Or maybe today's the day that I make that 6-7 figure return, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not, maybe, you know? And, you know, people ask me like, hey, why aren't you turning $1,000 into $100,000? Is because I don't set myself up for that. You know, that's not how I set my trades up. I mean, sometimes you get lucky. Like I turned a $300 trade into like $8,000 in 2018 on Tesla, but it's not because I chose to do that. It just happened. Like,
yeah, I look at it like if you just stay consistent making your couple $100 trades, eventually, like the probability of you just being there with at the right time, like some news comes out or something happens, that consistent couple $100 would turn to a couple thousand, just because you're consistent. It'll just go on your way.
Yeah, I mean it's based on occurrences, right? So the more that you're trading, the more times you're setting yourself up to take advantage of those moves. And people are like, why am I never able to take advantage of those moves? Is because you don't trade every day. If you trade every day, you're going to be able to take advantage of those moves, whether they go for you or against you. I remember, I don't know, it was like 2016. It was a while ago. I don't know. Does anybody remember when LinkedIn got purchased? Was it like 2016 or something like that by Microsoft? So I was actually short LinkedIn. I had puts. If I had, they went max loss. If I had calls on LinkedIn that day, the next day would have made about 30 grand on like a measly $500 investment or something like that, because they overpaid. It was crazy. So I instantly lost money. But if you're on the other side of that trade, and that's just based on just things like that happen in the market, you know.
Bless you. Bless you. Shit.
Oh shit.
What do you call it?
And people are like, oh, how did you not? It's like, yo, nobody knew LinkedIn was. That's why the options are underpriced.
I saw a video of like this guy he started up over 100 companies, and he did some data analysis on all of them, and he came to a conclusion that what makes a good startup is having like, you know, a good business model, good idea, workers and all that. And he said that the best thing to be a profitable startup, it's to have all those, but the biggest thing was timing. He said 42% of all of his successful business startups work just because of the timing. Like if you look at the timing for Uber, YouTube, like all those, they didn't have great ideas, or it was a good idea. They just didn't have like great business model, but just because of the timing, like YouTube came after like the .com bubble, I think, or during, it just caught the wave. So timing is like the best thing. If you just expose yourself to the markets enough, you'll get one of those timings and make that big trade. But I don't think you should be chasing it.
Yeah, I mean it's just probabilities. I mean, I mean, if we knew that when we first learned about the coronavirus in January, that it was going to be this bad, I mean, we would have
7-figure trade.
House. We would have put everything. like we would have put up anything that we could get a hold of into the market and puts, and we would have, you know,
Oh,
we would
seven
be making
figures.
$10 million or more. You know what I mean? But
Ooh.
we didn't know.
I think Bill Ackman, an investor, I don't know how he knew, but he put a heavy put size. February.
What he did, he didn't have a position. He actually bought basically insurance on his premiums. What are they called, like CDCs or something like that? But they are basically insurance. And he said because they were not thinking how bad it was going to be. The cost of the insurance was very cheap, so he bought a bunch of that, and that's how he made the money back.
Oh, guys, USO I think is halted right now. It just jumped up 33 cents. Oh, it is halted. USO.
Yeah, it's if you look at /CL, it's up 9%. It's moving up. Market's moving up right now because of this.
Yeah. This is interesting. Wow.
Yeah, oil's ripping up 8% right now, but it's coming down a little bit. See what happens here. Is LK delisted?
I heard it's. Imagine having it swinging a put before all that. Jesus. What's your thought on UGAS and DGAS, Nick? Do you trade those at all?
Oh, like nat gas. I don't really like trading nat gas. It's just a preference thing, so I generally just don't pay attention to it. I mean, there's a lot of people that trade like the nat gas report on a weekly basis and all that kind of stuff, but it's like for me to make money in the market, you have to be interested in what you're trading, and like nat gas is not interesting to me, you know.
Was it last year or 2018 that UGAS just was in a bubble? It like
a
went,
bunch of ETFs blew up and stuff like that, and a bunch of ETFs actually blew up in this whole too.
Yeah, TVIX is that ETF? No.
Mm-hmm.
That little shit jumped up to $1,000.
Yeah, UVXY,
VXX, yeah.
all those. like if you look at like JNUG and stuff like that.
JNUG.
Went from 105 down to 3. The one thing that people don't realize with those types of like leverage ETFs and the risk
reverse splits and all that.
Probably should make a video on it, but they reset on the daily and they get reconfigured basically. So they're kind of like, if you're holding overnight, they're basically a scam.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, you know, let's say I had the 10 call and it closed at 10.50, but the next day, you know, let's say gold didn't move or whatever, and it's now reset to $9, you're gonna lose. So it's like, that's not something you want to swing. I know a lot of people trade it. A lot of people trade it as well, but there are a lot of risks that to leverage ETFs, and I don't even actually know how it's legal, honestly.
I wonder why oil's pumping up right now.
It's now at $1.97. CL, so it did pop up like $3. Now it's only up $1.89. But if this sells off hard, though, market might sell off.
There's news Russia is coming to the table.
The Trump, I know he said he wants to make a deal with them and the Saudis.
There's news under the news on TOS. If you look under USO.
Let's see. First oil, Russia report they're ready to participate. Oh, so it looks like Russia's ready to participate in something. Deal. That's crazy when a stock gets halted with the options. Oh,
it's coming down. Oil's coming down hard.
Yeah, the USO might come down.
I don't know what direction it wants to go.
Alts are always scary, man. You don't know what's gonna happen after a halt. Gap up, gap down, pull back, rip.
But yeah, SPY ripped from 270 to 272.
Just because of that.
Now it's gonna make SPY has to make a decision if it's gonna break the high day or not.
So what pushes this buy? Is it mostly funds or like hedge funds or or a mix of that with retail, or retail traders doesn't really matter. They don't participate enough. There's not enough of us.
Yeah, I mean oil catalyst, oil stocks.
Ooh, USO. That's a weird look. Indecisive wick.
The USO is open again.
I don't know where it's gonna go.
Well, volatility. VIX is back above 43, so it's kind of coasting up.
The higher the VIX goes, the more premiums are in options.
Yeah, premiums will start increasing. But if we have VIX moving up, and let's say the stock market is flat, we're gonna probably be expecting a bigger move to the downside here. But right now it's leveled off. But also the market has stopped kind of at the daily resistance right now.
Wait, what did you guys say about the VIX and the premiums?
So if VIX is like for example, VIX is 40 now.
Mhm.
Let me see, Apple, or let's say SPY. So VIX 40 right now. If I'm looking at let's say tomorrow's expiration.
Yeah.
You know, I think these options. Let's see, tomorrow expiration. Yeah, these are only like $3. When VIX was $80.
Yeah.
Premium was like for next day expiration on SPY was like $8 to $10 an option. Right now they're $3 an option.
For puts or calls?
For
or
like
does
at the
it-
money, calls or puts.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter if they're puts or calls?
Nah.
No. Like option pricing, because volatility is so high. But also, I mean we had like 2,000 down moves on $2,000 to $3,000, 2,000 to 3,000 points down on the Dow, and it was.
Do you pay attention to any like call sweeps or anything? Or put sweep? They're big enough, maybe.
The problem that I have with call sweep is you don't know what that person's doing with their portfolio. So yeah, you can see it, but you don't know if they're using that to hedge a different position going in, or if that's just like if someone just bought a bunch of Netflix calls or something just because. You don't know, and you don't know if that's to hedge a different position or to protect some sort of bigger play they have in mind. So that's the problem that I have. It's just very one-sided.
Ooh, SPY's pushing now.
With all these moves in the market up and down, even though the news is bad, like who are we fighting against? Like, is it just market makers?
Maybe funds.
I mean, you got high frequency traders, algos, huge funds taking positions. I mean, there's a lot of things going on.
Do retail traders make up decent part of it, or not really?
Right now, are you talking about the feds?
God damn, look at SPY.
Like regular people like us. Like, do we really have a say, or like, can we even do a dent in the market or anything?
No, we're like less than peasant level. We're like
not even 1%.
Yeah. We don't even get the crumbs that fall off the table.
So this day is not following SPY one bit,
but we do make a big impact on like regular stocks, right? like stocks that are traded on like average of like 1 to like 10 million volume a day, right?
I mean, I guess if people are taking positions on or off, I mean, most people. I mean, if you think about 90% of the, they're not trading it.
Mm-hmm.
They're holding.
I want to know is how many like versus people on the actual trading floor versus like algorithms and computers, like which one has more sway? Obviously the computers, but what percentage is that?
Dude, that's not even fair for
Yeah, I don't know
algos.
what the actual percentage is.
How's that even fair, man? To let a computer trade? That's like.
You saw that thing about the stock exchange that has its own. It like made 30 miles of fiber optic cable just to slow everybody down.
What?
Yeah. And let me look that up.
Dude, imagine developing a AI itself to day trade for you. That'd be pretty sick.
IEX.
That's really hard, man. If someone can do that, jeez.
I guarantee there's something out there. That's the easy money though. Making an AI trade for you, and then
The amount of work you have to put in. You have to think of every outcome, every variable.
I mean, I think there's stuff out there more complex than the stock market in terms of developing an AI for, like, I don't know, movement or some shit, you know? I don't
That's
know.
true. I don't know
Not a
either.
computer program. But that'd be pretty cool. And imagine how much do you think that would be worth if someone sells it online or some shit?
Dude, couple million at least. I wouldn't sell, if I made something like that, I would never sell it. I can make money every day for the rest of my life.
But I think if someone makes it and there's more and more AI like buying stocks and shit, I don't know. I don't know how. I think the market would be a lot different, you know. It'd be really weird. I don't know if it would be flat or.
Well, we'll probably find out. That's why Elon has that company that plants a chip in your brain because
Oh, dude.
he says the data transfer between your mind and picking up your phone to look up an answer is too slow. The bit rate is too slow. So that's why an implant would make sense to have a higher bit rate and to allow you to process more information.
Dude, that's
Versus right
crazy.
now, what we do to look up information is our brain thinks about picking up our phone. We go to our phone, we search the thing, we look for what it is versus. So right now, the data processing is rather slow.
When he was talking about that in Joe Rogan's podcast, dude, that shit was crazy. Who will sign up for that? I wouldn't want to be the first couple people doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the risk is you either set for the rest of your life or turn into a vegetable. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Maybe
Like,
Elon might
you
have
could be
something
the
like that
smartest
already.
person on the planet, or either or.
Low key, I think he has one. Elon is too good.
He might.
Never seen anyone like him. He made PayPal. He started SpaceX, Tesla.
Yeah, I was diving into his fucking was it family thing? It was so weird. Like his dad had a baby with his stepdaughter, and it was so weird. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, I don't want to research into this guy because I think it's like a year ago or some shit. And I was like, oh shit, Elon's pretty, you know.
And he's
Let me do some
drilling
research.
holes in California.
Yeah, the fucking Boring Company.
Dude, this guy,
That's pretty
whatever
sick.
he does, he makes money. Can't believe he made PayPal.
I don't think he's gonna get his bonus though. Tesla might. Doesn't look good.
One thing that's crazy about Tesla, like he announced a Roadster, and we haven't heard any news about it since like what, a year, 2 years ago. Like, and we haven't heard any news about the truck. He just releases info, and then everyone just forgets about it.
I think he's trying to survive right now, honestly.
Yeah.
I
And I
want-
think the truck's gonna come out in like 2 years or some shit.
I think the Roadster is supposed to come out next year, and there's no information about it.
It's probably delayed a shit ton. If no one's working, no one's doing anything in the factory.
Spy's pushing now 273.
Let's see if it does 275.
There was one Cybertruck that was on the road.
I'm just watching the Spy rip up, but Disney's just staying the same. I'm like, I shouldn't have traded this today. I should have gone with a Spy or some shit. It's literally flat. It's been on minus 1% for like the past hour.
So, Nick, so if let's say the Spy does hit 275, would the risk and reward be better to get a put at resistance? Because if it pushes past 275, I mean, kind of hard to think it can go to 280. But if it does, you can just cut your losses if you get a put. Versus if you do get a put and it drops down to like 270, will be better maybe.
Yeah, and up in there, RSI is gonna be over.
Yeah, everything. It's just going straight up.
It would definitely favor the Bears, but I guess it depends if they pump in some volume and just rip you a new one. I don't know. They could, but it could be. The market actually has been paying pretty good attention to the details in this, so it could potentially be rejected. But
if it keeps going straight up like this within the next 30 minutes, whoever goes up has to come down.
But yeah, I mean, this is it really needs to break above like 275 level for the 1 year chart as well.
If it breaks 275, that's a $10. That's a 10-point move today from the lows. Jeez, how much more can it go? That's a question.
I think it'd be interesting if it tested 310 and got rejected.
Oh, that's interesting. The weekly on the SPYs, it dropped down to 2.8 for the implied volatility. Why?
Oh, so the surge on oil was from Bloomberg report regarding them potentially, they haven't yet. They're discussing a cut of 10 million barrels a day. Nothing's happened yet.
Ooh, if they fail.
But ever since that broke out, it helped the stocks break out here.
What's Tesla doing? Tesla's not giving two fucks about this pump.
And Baidu lost $6 today. It's down $6.
Oh, I think it's because of the IQ fraud, right?
I mean, it just got. Yesterday it had a high of 107. Right now it's not.
I know yesterday by IQ, some reports came out of their with some fraud with their numbers. And I think Baidu owns like 52% of IQ or something. I don't know.
Unfortunately, it looks like Disney's the worst performer on my watch list.
Jeez, Disney. USO is trying to flag to the upside.
I'm not sure if I should cut losses for Disney or just hold till tomorrow.
What's your
Oh,
Disney's at support right now. Or it's near support.
Oh fuck. At least now I know to sell. It went up 60%. I didn't sell it.
It's all half, man.
Does it expire tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Disney's just sucking the premium out right
Yeah.
now.
I hate that so much.
I think just Disney's just tough. That your support. It's just they really need a catalyst, and
all the parks are shut down, and I think that's their biggest source of revenue.
Yep.
It's hard to get behind Disney. I think I saw a report that says it'll take them about 2 years to recoup.
So you need Disney to go up or to go down. You
I have both positions. I should have sold my call when I was making 50% on the call. I've got a 98, 97 per debit spread, 2 of them, and I've got 102 call. I had 6 debit spreads for the pets. I sold them as soon as they ripped this morning. But then I went back in. I just fucked up.
Yeah, it got rejected hard at 102, like, and then now it's not even trying to make a test.
I was looking at the SPY going up. I was like, shit. Like, I was playing CS:GO. I'm playing CS:GO at the moment. And I was looking at the SPY. I was like, shit. Disney must be going up well, at like over 105 or some shit, like it did yesterday. And then it was like minus 1%. So I was like, shit.
I mean, Disney did have a little pop, like a half a.
But last night it was doing really good. Like it was 105 in the market. It was doing like 5% when the market was like 4% or some shit. But today I'm not sure what happened. It got downgraded. That's all I saw. But that was at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Ooh, Power Hour is gonna be so interesting.
Netflix is not moving up. I have a call spread on that's up a couple bucks, but it's just burn premium, which is good. But it's like
Netflix is not.
Netflix has been downtrending all day.
Yeah. Interesting why it's.
And Zoom is up like 12 bucks.
Yeah.
I don't get the craze with Zoom. Is it like because all the kids are using Zoom for the classes?
Yeah.
Shit, what happens afterwards? Like, is it just gonna plummet?
I don't know.
Kids are never going back to school, man. This is it. we're all gonna be locked in our house, and we're all gonna die of heart attacks.
10% today, shit. It's like Beyond Meat, like last year. What's Beyond even doing today?
It's in the 60s, I think,
It's
or
actually
70.
doing well.
70
Wow.
shit.
I mean,
I remember trading it 20 when it was at 200. I lost like 1k. I was like, shit. So I backed off for like 6 months because I was moving states as well.
You would make so
But
much
yeah,
money trading options on that, just like Tesla. You just can't
I had
predict those.
a put I made, was it 1.5k, and then I went all in on calls the next day. I don't know why I was so gassed up, and then it plummeted afterwards. So shit. Yeah.
Look at Spy. Jesus Christ.
Is it still ripping up? Holy shit. No.
Get closer to 275, baby.
Disney, what is going on? I need to start streaming some more Mandalorian or something. Has anyone watched that?
So good, yeah.
Yeah, I quite liked it. It's quite good.
I didn't watch it.
Shit, Nick, you need to get on that.
Yeah, it's
you're
really
not a
good.
Star Wars fan, are you?
I just can't get into it.
Have you watched the first episode?
No.
Then what do you mean you can't get into it?
Star Wars
so
or
good.
Mandalorian?
Mandalorian.
Episode what? Like, are you talking about Star Wars the movies or?
No, Mandalorian.
You've got Disney
no.
Plus. Why do you? Why
You
do
can
you
get a
buy
free
it?
trial, watch all 8 episodes, and then cancel it
He's
before.
already got it. He's already got
Oh,
it.
you have?
Yeah, no, yeah,
I haven't even got Disney Plus, and I still watched it on a legal website.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just fall asleep during the Star Wars movies, and I never really got understood the draw. I mean, the acting is pretty bad. The storyline, I mean, I just don't get the cult. I mean, I guess if you're not part of that cult, Star Wars cult fan base, I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you have to be exposed to it with a little kid.
I mean, you kind of already know what's going to happen.
No, you don't.
The new movies are ass. I don't like the new movies.
I mean, they try to be funny in the movies, and it's not that funny. It's kind of cheesy.
Do you watch any of the Avengers then?
Oh, they're so good.
Mr. Nick.
Yeah, I do watch that. Yeah, I do.
Those are just as cheesy or just as like thingy as Star Wars nowadays.
Yeah, I will admit that. I mean, like Ant-Man and stuff like that gets kind of.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch those.
I mean, basically, if you just want to waste your life.
Is anyone here like a long believer in Netflix? Like you don't think it's gonna keep growing its market cap?
I don't know, man.
I think they've been saying that since it was $50 a share. I mean, I think my issue with Netflix is they need to be able to produce content. Virus, they can't.
I think my issue with Netflix is just I hate the company. It's like at one point it was the same market cap, like I think only 2 weeks ago as Disney, and Disney's got way much like Disney's a lot like it should be like double Netflix in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix is way over, like one of the most overvalued stocks, but it's been like that for over 10 years. So it's hard to, I mean,
Once they run out of making squeezing the Stranger Things sequels, they're gonna plummet.
It's the timing. They caught the wave when the streaming services were booming, and they stayed up top. Hulu's ass. They have commercials.
It was really weird. Hulu is Disney owns a bit of Hulu, don't they?
Yeah, and yes.
I always find it weird. Why don't they like combine them together?
They
Because
did.
Just the counter. Oh, they did.
Well,
no, Hulu's still like their own thing as well.
My mom got
I know
the
they have, like,
Disney
a package.
Yeah, the
Yeah, there's a
package, the Disney Plus with Hulu and ESPN Plus.
But they should just make it under the same like shit, you know? Put Disney like for adults or some shit.
Hulu's annoying. You pay the subscription to watch, but you get ads, and then you have to pay again to get rid of the ads.
Oh really? I always watch all of my stuff on. I haven't never paid for Netflix. I used to use my ex-girlfriend's for quite a bit, but I use the website. I use the website got like 1 to 3 movies, and it's just easy like free movies and shit.
Mhm.
I never like $5 a month. I could put that somewhere else, you know, like a long-term stock or some shit.
Yeah, I bought the Disney Plus, like Hulu, ESPN, the whole package, but it doesn't let me sign into any
Oh,
Plus, so I just
that's weird.
never really had the time to troubleshoot, so I just said forget it. I walked away.
Dude, I've getting so many adverts of Apple like TV shows that look so bad. It's like that. I don't know.
Apple tries to be like trendy and it's like,
Mhm.
not entertaining.
But there's
Yeah.
so many streaming services out there. I've got so many adverts or like different platforms to use. But I think Disney's gonna come out on top. Maybe Apple TV, Amazon. They have quite good shows.
Dude, Amazon's underrated. Amazon Prime, low
Mhm.
key, they got some decent movies
Have
there.
you watched The Boys?
No, I heard it's
Oh,
good.
really good TV show.
Jack Ryan was pretty good.
I haven't watched that yet.
Ooh, Spy. Jeez, slow down. Actually, no, keep going.
It's coming up on the moment of truth. I'm gonna grab a drink. We'll be right back.
Okay.
You guys see that Amazon and Apple partnered for their TV platform?
Oh shit! Wait, what would you say? Apple and who?
Amazon?
Amazon. This was
No
like
way, really? When?
This was a while back.
Ah.
I don't think they're doing that. I haven't heard anything about that. I don't even know how that would work. Unless they're like planning to like release it like next year or some shit. I might cut my losses on Disney and extend it out for another week.
Are you under PDT?
No, I've got two day trades.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can't even cut losses. Just realized I can cut one loss, one end. But I don't want to do that because it might go the other
Oh,
way.
you're on margin, so you can do the spreads instead of cash. Okay.
What platform do you use?
Thinkorswim on cash account.
Nice.
Hold
I
up.
haven't created my account yet. I tried to, and then it was asking me to mail my shit in.
That's weird.
Like passport and shit.
Okay, that's weird. I'm seeing a divergence on the MACD. Spy's making higher highs, but it's not making higher highs on the MACD. Oh. And it's pushing up on low volume.
If the SPY does rape, Disney's gonna rape maybe quite a lot. Because if it's going negative when the SPY's doing plus 3%, I don't know what it was gonna do if the SPY does rip.
I don't want the SPY to fall yet.
Have you got any positions?
No, not yet. I want to take one, but closer to 274.50.
Ooh, it seems like it's ripping. Holy shit! It lost $1.
Is this gonna sell off or what?
Looks like it might. I see a low divergence on my MACD. SPY's making higher highs, but the MACD isn't. So it's interesting what's gonna do here. Tesla. What's Tesla do? Tesla might fall.
Man, Zoom's getting crushed.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I thought it just went up 10%. What the fuck?
Selling off a little bit.
Oh, you mean crushed as in going up? Oh, okay.
Like no,
down.
It's going down.
Oh, wait, real? Let me
Yeah.
check.
I mean, it just
Oh,
dropped
yeah, I
like a
see.
few bucks.
Woo. Come on, SPY, just keep pushing up.
It's gonna piss me off because I had the $150 loss. Watch it go to like 115, 110.
Does anyone trade Roku? I haven't seen that posted anywhere.
Roku.
Roku, Beyond, those are quite. And what was it? Alibaba as well. People used to trade quite a lot in this over here.
I've stayed away from the Chinese stocks since like the trade war, like kind of ended and stuff.
Should I ask for some noob thinkorswim advice?
What? Your mic is really low.
Dude, I wish Thinkorswim had an option so you can see the spread charts. Like, no platform's done that yet. It's fucking annoying. You know, like debit and credit spreads. Like, you can't check the charts like how it performed last week.
Oh come on,
Ooh,
Zoom's
Zoom.
at 120 now.
Zoom.
It's zooming down. Holy shit!
I don't think I'm trading that stock again.
Just remove it from your watch list.
I mean, I had the 121 put.
Oh. Would you have made money at the moment or still at a loss?
The worst part, yeah, looks like Theta would have whacked that pretty good, but I would have been break even.
Yeah, I got a quick.
Looks like a sell-off was coming. I don't know. Netflix is selling off pretty hard too.
Netflix is the only red one out of the fangs. It's weird.
I think I'm going to stay away from Disney for a bit. I think this happened to me last time I traded Disney quite a lot. Like, it just didn't follow the SPY.
Yeah, I don't think Disney.
Same thing.
They can't do anything now other than what, Disney Plus? Movies?
Sell a couple Yoda merchandise if you go to Walmart. And that's probably it. Actually, no, they've got some ESPN shit, right?
I don't know.
Some sports fans watching some reruns.
Dude, I heard ESPN they got so desperate that they're posting 2K tournaments on ESPN.
Does Disney own ESPN, right?
I don't know, but that's crazy. It's posting like real sports. They're resorting to 2K tournaments.
Yeah, Disney owns ESPN, but it was one of their biggest. They lost the most money on any other property they have.
Shit,
that's weird.
And they're probably losing even more money now that there's no sports.
Yeah, some people will love to watch some reruns or some shit.
They need to get more into like esports and try to do that.
Oh
instead
yeah,
of doing, like,
the esports.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty good.
Esports is popping right now.
I think Amazon has the monopoly over it because they've got Twitch. So,
dude, have you guys seen Valorant game? Dude, that people are averaging over like 200,000 viewers on or just one.
Didn't Microsoft have some streaming platform for gaming that they came out?
Yeah, Mixer.
Oh, Mixers.
They bought a bunch of they bought Ninja.
Shroud.
Who else? Shroud? Really?
Yeah.
Bought him too? What the fuck? And I'm guessing they're doing shit though. Like no one's gonna. I think. Oh shit! I just got shot. But yeah, no one.
Society they need to embrace esports more.
I don't know why Google isn't like dishing out money to streamers. Google would be like the go-to, but Google's live thing is a lot worse than Twitch, in my opinion. Do any of you use Twitch or not?
I go on there every once in a while.
I used to watch it quite a lot. I think when I used to play like Black Ops 4 or some shit.
Bye bye Zoom.
I love searching for all the weirdos on Twitch, like just the random Russians playing accordions in their concrete apartments. It's hilarious.
They're trying to make the money.
Dude, those big streamers, man, they make so much money.
Oh my
But
god.
it's weird how
Even the
like
little
the
ones.
government can't track their income, right? Because it's like
I don't know. Do you pay taxes on tips, like when they donate?
I'm assuming that's because that's their income. So
Yeah, because they'll get a check. It's not cash,
Oh,
so they'll
okay.
have to
actually
claim
no,
it.
it's some Twitch streamers use a third party like a TTS for example, and
Yeah.
that's not moderated through Twitch, so they probably get it through PayPal or some shit.
Oh. Oh
Doom is
shit.
about crack 119.
I know they get it from PayPal, especially if they use TTS, so text to speech. It goes to their PayPal, and then I'm not sure if PayPal like aids in with government shit, but
You probably launder it through Robinhood.
yeah, that would be pretty sick actually.
Yeah, you should contact them. Be like, I'm your new accountant.
T-Puck, just go on TD Ameritrade website, and it will show you if you're on cash or you have to go through the options or settings. And you'll know if you're on cash if you make a trade and your option buying power decreases. That's how you know you're on cash.
You guys mostly trade SPY?
I
I'm gonna
don't,
start
but
trading
I
SPY.
started it. I started trading SPY during all this shit. It's so
Probably like
volatile.
Microsoft. A lot cheaper.
I don't know.
And that Zoom trade.
118.
I knew that was gonna happen. Jeez. Well.
It might reach 115. Jesus.
Well, 3 hours ago, Trump tweeted flattening of the curve. I don't know if it means anything.
Dude, Trump tweets can impact the market so much.
I wonder how like what does he sit on the toilet or some shit when he tweets, or like where does he tweet from? I'm so confused.
I thought presidents aren't allowed to tweet. Like I know Obama had someone tweet for him.
Says it was
Nah,
sent from his
Trump definitely-
iPhone, so maybe he was.
Has it ever been like a grammar mistake or like a
I'm
spelling
pretty
mistake?
sure.
Yep.
Have you seen that, a spelling mistake or a grammar mistake on the tweets?
Dude,
Yeah,
117.
he tweeted 409K and stuff.
409K. How do you mess that up? 1 and 9 are on the opposite sides.
I thought Joe Biden said 409K too.
Joe Biden's dead, man. That guy can't talk.
The Crypt Keeper.
Yeah, he's got a speech impediment, so yeah, of course.
Dude,
Didn't he say that?
116. Ooh, boy.
Well, guess I did have a good position on that. They just kept squeezing.
Jesus.
Wait, are you still in Zoom, Nick?
What's that?
Nick
Are
doesn't
you
want
still
to
in Zoom?
answer.
No, I sold for $150 loss.
What did you have on it?
I had the 121 put.
Let me see.
This week expiration?
Yeah, I should have bought next week to give myself more time. And that's why I kind of sold. I'm like, well, it's just squeeze now. They're pushing up to 125. I sold it at when was it? Let me see here. I sold it at 11:40 Central. It was like 123.50.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this is insane. If you had the added money, you would have been up 300% at 125.
Is there news on it or something?
Not that I've seen.
That's it.
Probably because it's junk. Let's see. Zoom. I think it's just the same stuff. I mean, just they're under litigation and some pressure, security issues.
Gee, when it was trading around 125, you could get the 120 out of the monies at 150, sell into the 560s. Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
man.
As
Get two of them.
well, it was pushing up. It was pushing up too much, and then it crossed over 125. Thinking about 6 before it sold off. It had that one leg, and then it was basically it was almost double tapped in the 5 minute at 126, and then just ripped down.
It was consolidating too much. That would killed the premium.
But it just kept like the consolidation was like moving upwards, like slowly.
No bueno.
Definitely got faked out.
Power hour, baby. Spy is getting closer. Imagine another 5-point drop. Oh man.
Now, if spy flushes all the way down to like 265,
Oh Jesus Christ. So when you're reading like the volume, like Spy's pushing up, making higher highs, not on that much volume compared to like earlier in the day.
it's like nothing.
What does that indicate? Like, I don't know.
It's just basically like algos, you know.
Just trading those.
Just buying.
Bare minimum.
No one's really doing anything.
So there's no selling pressure. Just whoever's selling, they're just buying it up.
Like, I mean, if I think about it today, I mean, really all I haven't really done anything except for lose money on Zoom.
Are you still in your what's it SPG position or not?
Yep. We got 37 days on that. I could probably average it down today. But I don't know. Because when I put that position on when I put on SPG was like low 40s and now it's low 60s. So I put it on, it was like 45. Now it's coming up on resistance. We'll probably sell off tomorrow, won't we?
I hope so. That'd be pretty good.
Come on, I want to see the last 30 minutes.
Oh my god, I just need Disney to go up to 103 or 97. Like, it's been on 100 or like 101, 99.
It's pushing up a little bit now.
A little bit. It's just gonna go back down like at 4 o'clock. I'm so tempted just to cut my losses and trade a different stock next week.
I think Spy's getting overextended a little bit.
I used to have a bunch of SPY, the bear one, you know, where it go if Spy goes up, no, it's minus 3%, if you know what I mean, right? So if Spy goes down like 1%, it goes up 3%.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I bought like 60 shares of those 2 weeks ago. I was hoping SPY retests its lows. It didn't, so I had to cut losses like I think $100 maybe. But yeah, that's gone down quite a lot. SPY.
If we close above 275, that would be fucking crazy. Oh, I don't know.
That's a major resistance level, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me see.
Did anybody play UNH today?
No, too late to it.
I thought it was gonna go down, and I cut losses at 250 this morning. I'm so sad.
Yeah, I didn't think anyone was gonna see that Bernie was gonna drop out and rip that much. I mean, $20.
They must be like fucking celebrating or some shit. Or the healthcare like top executive could be like, I don't know. Did he say he was gonna remove private healthcare, or did he just say he's gonna?
He wants to nationalize it or something.
I thought he just said he's gonna provide an alternative. So, he's gonna make sure the alternative is better than.
I think it was. I think it was Medicare for pitching. Like everyone would be Medicare, but apparently he's not pitching anything anymore. So.
Yeah, now we've got Joe Biden versus Mr. Trump. We'll see who wins.
Yeah, 275 is the low for the year, or before all this shit happened. That's a strong resistance. Oh. What is he gonna do? Could be a double top.
Shit, people are leaving, joining in. Oh, this Discord's packed.
Only 2 people are saying something.
Yeah, I know. Everyone else is muted. No, actually, yeah. Mike spoke quite a bit, didn't he? Yeah, Mike spoke.
Yeah, someone else. Yeah.
Some people's mics are quite low, so I can't. Oh, Trevor's joined. There you go. He's been making non-stop, consistent profits, which is quite good.
It is good.
Those are so good until you hit the one red day that wipes everything out. Oh, I had too many of those.
Yeah, I mean that's why like on a daily, more than 1 day's profit. So
yeah, that's a good way of looking at it.
Scenario, you're set back 1 day versus 1 month or something worse. I mean, there were people in the sell-off that lost like a year or two's worth of profits. Like,
ooh man, that hurts.
So I'm in.
What happened to me?
Oh jeez.
One of my advertisers for that works with us, she was gonna retire this year, and had to postpone it because it's crashed.
Oh,
I felt so bad for her too. Oh man, here's the 275.
It's pushing now.
Oh shit. Disney's finally getting his ass back on, honestly. It's still really slow.
101.
This is
That's pretty sad for Disney. SPY's pushing up hard, and Disney's barely.
Hey, everyone, start streaming The Mandalorian, please.
Now watch Disney sell off like $5 when this sells off.
Shit. Do you guys think companies should like be prepared to go out of business for like 2 months? Because some people have been like to Boeing like it's not their fault, and some people are like it's their fault for not saving up.
Well,
pretty sure if I go bankrupt, they say it's my fault. So,
Isn't there a statistic like 50% or 70% of Americans can't afford a random like fee, like of like $500 added to their?
I think it's 60%. Let me.
That's pretty high.
Yeah,
it's
like
really hard.
60% of Americans don't have enough in their savings to pay for something unexpected like this, or especially this.
Hmm.
That's crazy. I hope people can learn that they need to save money now after this. At
Hopefully they
least
have a
like
job.
6 months. Yeah, that's. I don't have. I have a
Yeah,
job, but we're not working. Fucking suck.
yeah, we're not working either. Fuck. Wait, do you
That's it.
still get paid? Because I don't.
No, I
I'm
don't get
fucked.
paid. I just
Uh,
file for unemployment or to
Did you do?
request the
Dude,
payments.
I can't even do that because I'm a green card holder, and I feel like with this administration especially, because he's a fucking dumbass. Like if I do apply, it's gonna hurt my chances of in 10 years from now when I do renew it. He's gonna be like, you applied for unemployment, and then you can't renew it, and then it's gonna be a hassle. So I'm planning on no government assistance for God knows what. Especially college as well. I'm trying to save up for that.
Oh, hold up. Wait, did Google ban Zoom?
Wait, really? Wait, why?
No way. I'm reading in
Wait,
another
what?
chat room and they're saying that this guy say Google banned Zoom. There's no way.
Zoom sued over privacy issues under investigation. Provides updates. I mean, I see lawsuits and
You
that's
might have
it.
to Google. Let me.
Google
I just put it
bans.
in the chat, guys. Check out the link.
Oh, yeah, it does. Google has banned Zoom software
Oh,
from employees' computers.
shit.
Citing security.
Oh man.
Wow. No. Why didn't we see that news earlier?
Yeah, I think it just came out. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did people
30
know
minutes ago.
that? 30 minutes ago. Gee, that makes sense why it's selling off. I would have chased it.
Kind of sad that BuzzFeed is reporting that before seeing.
It's a bit like didn't
Damn
TMZ report the death of who what was a famous basketball player?
Bryant.
Kobe, yeah. Was it TMZ who broke it?
Oh yeah.
Before the family found out. Yeah, that's sad.
Zoom options just spiked, man. Everything's expensive now.
All spies dipping slightly.
No, keep pushing.
Yeah, I want Disney to keep pushing. There's a user on this Discord. He hasn't been on for quite a while. I forgot his name. Oh, OK and FX. Do you lot remember it? Nick, do you remember him?
I think he blew up his account.
He did. He did. You know what? And I was with the same trade as him, but I did a strangle and he went all in on the perts. So I think he
Ooh.
blew up his account. We were
Minnesota
trading
government.
IBM. I think, yeah.
News just came out, or Minnesota government issued a stay order or stay-at-home order to May 4th. That might be why it's pulling back a little bit now. Interesting. Oh no, it's pulling back.
I just want Disney to move tomorrow and then I can get out. Do Theta affect spreads as much as it does just if you buy a call?
Depends if you want. I think it does.
Theta will it depends on what kind of spread you have, because like some kind of spreads take
They
advantage
favor.
of theta,
Yeah.
and then some of them, most spreads actually kind of take advantage of theta. They just do it in a different way. So like a calendar spread will take advantage of theta, where you're actually gaining on theta and price action. Diagonal will do the same, and then like a debit spread or a credit spread take advantage of theta, where like most of your gains come at the very like closer to expiration.
Do you guys even pay attention to like Gamma or Vega? I know it doesn't really matter short-term options, but like months contracts maybe.
I don't pay attention to Vega, but I pay attention to Gamma. Yeah, definitely on like swings and things, because Gamma is kind of a relationship between
Delta, right?
yeah, it's a relationship between delta and oh man, I can't remember if it's theta or premium, like IV. I want to say it's IV. Because when gamma increases, it's like
It like
the rate of
multiplies.
acceleration.
Yeah.
Delta.
It like adds every dollar it moves. It adds. It just keeps adding, right?
To delta, right?
Yeah, to the delta. Yeah. It's kind of powerful.
I want to see what that last 10 minutes does, because in the last couple days, the last 10 minutes, everything just pops.
Yeah, either up or down. Sit on my hands until then.
I haven't even checked CCL one a bit. What the fuck's Carnival doing? Oh, it's gone back down to 11. I think if it goes to 15, I'm going to sell my 2022 options. And then I'm hoping it goes back down so I can just re-enter. Because it went up to 18 and the spread was, I think, I don't know, I would have made like 500 on that.
Ooh, 45 more minutes.
5 minutes into what?
45 or 43 now. Until the market closes. Just want to know what the SPY's gonna do.
Looks like it wants to push up, but
I'm just waiting for that sell off. It's gonna meet the 275 resistance and it has two choices: break it or crack it.
or sit here flat the rest of the close and
Oh, that
burn
would
everyone's
suck, bro. I hate.
You think we can still expect another leg down, even if it hits 75 or above it?
I don't want. It's uncertain, but there's a theme. Like the last 5 minutes, something happens. Like it either sells off or pushes. But they could fuck with us and just keep it flat.
Yeah, we haven't had a flat close forever.
What happened last night? Did it dipped, right? On close or did
Yeah,
it pop?
it dipped hard, like
It was
5
just
points.
the ultimate purge.
It dipped at 269.80 ish, all the way down to 265.
They wrecked people. It was bad. Because they ran the stop. Bad.
Can market makers see everyone's stop losses? Just fuck with people.
I don't think they need to. I mean, it's pretty simple where most people have their.
Mm-hmm.
From what I understand, the answer to that is yes and no. So they can see sell orders, and they can look at them in real time, but they don't see them as stop loss orders. They just see them as sells. So if you have like a stop loss, that's just like a hanging sell order.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure they're pretty observant. I mean, like, there's like trailing orders and things like that, so they can see like where orders are moving over time as well. Like even if someone has like a static stop loss, someone might have a trailing stop loss. So, they
So much power. Volume is starting to pick up now in the last 20 minutes. Something's gonna happen here.
Looks like higher.
I hope so. And then bam! Sell off.
it's really weird seeing higher volume but a lot of price consolidation.
Yeah.
Hope you fellas have a good rest of the day. And Nick, thanks for the time, man.
See you,
Always,
man.
man.
What's Zoom
Still
do?
getting the beat down.
Oh shit, Zoom is at 113.
I'm deleting my account.
Gee,
Close my brokerage
112.
account.
Holy shit, 112.
Holy fuck.
Or how much money would you have made?
Well, I'm glad that I only lost one. If I lost a lot of money on that, let's so it's not like a big deal, but I think it's the principle. So I would be up right now
300%.
$500.
How much?
500.
500. Holy shit, nice.
Yeah, I lost 150, but
A little over 300.
and that's kind of what we were talking about, like occurrence stuff. This is one of those occurrences that I mean, you don't know that Google is going to drop that news. You know,
Mhm.
you'd have to already have a position on there to take advantage of it.
Ooh, spies making lower lows.
But I was just looking for a day trade. I didn't think it was gonna. I mean, I thought we were in area was really what I was trading, like the 118 area, and it wasn't happening. I think without that news, it.
Yeah, if I didn't have that news, I would just kept grinding up.
So that's what I was doing. I was like, well, I'm not gonna have it bleed me out to. I think a $400 loss on it. I'll be done. But yeah, I bought that. I bought that for 410. I sold it for 250 or 259, and now that contract is going for $9. So I sold it for 250. It's now going for $9.
Imagine buying it at not at 250.
Yep.
Fuck.
But I mean, you can't dwell on your losers. Otherwise, you just think about that. It doesn't solve any problems moving forward. You know.
Yep.
But the thing is that trade's not repeatable either. When you hold it, it's gonna go against you because the likelihood of news like that dropping is not gonna happen. It could happen, but
Yeah, you were just playing the chart, the technicals. There's no indication that was gonna drop. Couple losses.
Technicals said you need to
Get
leave
out.
now, otherwise you're at risk of going to zero. So I left.
Yeah, nothing you can do.
And here we are. But that's the game.
If you do it 10 more times, you'll lose money 9 out of 10.
Boeing's been selling off a bit. It's come down from 150, not 140.
Spy is struggling now.
Might be. I did short MES up in here, so we'll see if I was thinking that we can maybe get a drop to be a nice little trade here. But
have you guys' sentiment on the market changed from bullish to bearish? I mean, bearish to bullish, or?
I think it's just rotation, honestly. I mean,
I guess short term bullish, but with what we know with everything, long term, I don't think it's gonna recover as fast as everyone thinks it is.
I mean, it is kind of interesting coming up on the resistance here and it's dropping.
MACD crossed. Yeah.
I think like 2 weeks ago, Nick, I've been on and off about whether to like trade with technicals because How long have you been using technicals, and are you like confident in technicals, or like what's your? Did you start off doubting it and like saying, oh, technicals are just rubbish, or
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on like you pay attention to technicals, but if you're talking about like what a stock is valued at, then I don't think that's a good thing to because in the bull market, all the valuation, it didn't make any sense.
Like this is a good example of playing technicals. Like the market, we're just receiving bad news after bad news after bad news, but the market's going up. So if you're just playing fundamentals only, you'll get burned. But if you play the price and technicals, you'll see that right now it's bullish. So you'll be on the right side of the trade. I think you just might need both, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
I still don't
in
know how
terms
to
of like,
trade technicals. Like drawing the trend line, and then like what happens when it passes it? It doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna, you just switch on bullish, do you? Or
That's where you manage risk now, risk versus reward.
yeah, I mean, right now, SPY's up at resistance. I mean, it could push through, but the fact that it's struggling here, not saying it's going to go down, but this is kind of where you have to make a decision or do nothing. But
hey Nick, have you got a video on how you set up your graphs, like your trend lines, and how you make it, like how you set up your graphs, or not yet?
I don't.
There's so many YouTube videos out there.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of content.
Yeah, I'd like Mr. Nick to do it. So I mean, I've watched quite a lot of videos. I don't really like too many stock YouTubers because they like come off as like, I just made this much in a day. I'm like, what the fuck?
How to make 1,000 a day.
Yeah, and they've got like a suit on and shit, and then they're trying to. I'm like, fuck off, mate. I don't want.
Buy my program for $500.
Yeah, especially that. Don't forget discount code. Well, use Corona discount code for 50% off. But yeah, but Nick, if you do have time, could you hook? I'm pretty sure over here as well, people would. It'd be useful to see how to. Because if I set up like a chart at the moment, like how do I make it carry on, or do you like change your charts every day?
What do you
Like a
mean,
trend
like
line?
like trend lines and stuff?
Yeah, do you train? Is it
Well,
like an automatic trend line, or is
I mean,
it?
like
Do you?
the trend lines you'd want to redraw if you know.
Usually you don't redraw them that much. Like trend lines and support and resistance if you do them on the daily chart. And if you go more close to like the hourly or something like that, those usually change a little bit more, like trend lines. The longer
Yeah, I mean, like
dated,
the 1 year
yeah.
chart, I think that I didn't change for a couple, like probably like a couple weeks, one week, 2 weeks.
So you guys convicted on technicals, like you believe it's a viable option for like weekly trades and stuff.
Yeah, like price is king. Like it tells you what you need to know. Fundamentals or news, it can be misleading. That's why I favor more towards technicals because it's right in front of you. You know.
Mhm.
Like right now we have a resistance line at 275. Like and it's struggling. It can't lie to you. If it breaks that, then it has room to 280 or like.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what my position is. And if it breaks through, then I just take it off and wait for the next trade.
So every morning, if the underlying stock is like in the middle of your trend lines you put, do you just like randomly guess or like which way the stock would go, like based on the news and
Yeah, relative volume
and if it's on the lower end, like what would make you want to go? What would make you think it'd surpass your trend line?
Um, so I think Monday I actually took that trend line off. Monday was a good example. I had a trend line on the 1 year chart, and when it closed, when it moved above that trend line, when it broke that trend line to the upside, then we had 3 days of upside here. Well, yesterday was kind of red, but we had a huge gap up. So that would tell you to go more on the bullish side.
Ooh, here it is.
Oh man.
Here it goes.
Oh man.
It's about to get
Oh
past
man.
274.50. Oh,
That's where I set my. That's where I
that's
set
where I
my.
have mine. Yeah. Oh, pop.
It's there.
Let's see if it has room to 275 now.
It's gotta sit there for a while too. I don't know.
Oh man. It's moving.
I'm looking back at my UNH play. I'm just crying over here.
I want to take a
I know
starter
you say.
position.
Like you guys are watching a horse race.
I think I'm going to take a starter position of 274 put. I don't know, dude. Oh, if I say I don't know, I'm just not going to do it.
Oh shit.
Risk reward ain't that bad though.
Yeah, it's gotta kind of push here. Let's see. I guess the problem is just like at closes has just been really rough.
Yeah. Pushes or dumps. One of those. I guess probability wise, it has more room towards the downside than up.
Yeah, probably run it to 280 at close.
I swear to God. I got those contracts for 70 cents. Looking pretty weak here. Yep. Let's see.
Nike hasn't moved all day. Nike's been like 80.
Oh. Ooh, man. 70 cents. I committed 20-ish dollars.
So suppose if it hits your trend line target, which I think it did, right? And then if it, are you planning on shorting it, or were you shorting it, or would you have gone bullish, thinking it would go over?
I mean, I've been kind of sticking with the trend, and that's kind of why I lost money on Monday because I wasn't anticipating it for it to break trend so harshly, but it did.
So the current trend is it's going up, right?
Now the trend is upwards. Yep.
I use more support and resistance than trend lines. My trend lines are more long term on the daily.
But yeah, if I'm swinging it, which those positions were swing, but for like an intraday trade, this is what setup I would a typical kind of setup I would be looking at right now is setting up trades at support or resistance, and right now we're at resistance area. So,
I mean, you would want to. Wouldn't you want it to sit there for like a couple days, or at least like show a really strong moving upwards or downwards to make a decision?
I don't know. I don't know if it would return to this price in a few days.
Oh, they're trading for $1.10 now. Oh.
Someone's smacking this.
Oh shit, that's gone down quite a lot. So it bounced off slightly from one of your trend lines.
I'm trying to sell into this right now.
Damn, if I pull the trigger, it'll be like a 90%. Just like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think it's time for a quick daily.
That's crazy how much you can make so fast. Like 274, they're at 70 cents now. They're at 130. That's like a quick 90%er right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think tomorrow's
Tomorrow's gonna
and
be a
it being
crazy day.
day of the week. I think that's an interest. I think to me that's an interesting mix because we've been rallying on the bad jobs report, but also Fridays we've been selling off. So I wonder what that's gonna do.
I'd like to blame Wall Street bets for this green day.
Prince says failure to address energy crisis will jeopardize U.S. Saudi economic. What?
Yeah, if we're talking playing the news instead of technical, the news was last night Wall Street bet that it was going to be a red day, and so it ended up.
Hey man, there's still 24
I think
minutes for it
most
to turn
people thought it was
red.
gonna be a red day the way that they smashed when it was trying to rally at the end of the day.
How do you edit a trend line? Oh, you can extend it. All right, extend to the right. Oh, that's really easy. Shit.
Oh, dude, it's dumping over 100% on those 274s.
Netflix looks like it's just gonna break to the downside.
Zoom is just chilling. Yeah, Netflix has been dying all day.
Can we talk about Chewy?
Chewy.
Fucking love Chewy.
Holy shit, when did Chewy do this?
Oh, Chewy's been the motherfucker.
Dude, it's been rallying all after. Wow. Contracts have been nice on those.
But the volume's so low.
Yeah, that's true.
Such a shame.
Oh, Jesus, SPY. Lower lows. Oh, no.
Actually, Chewy looks like it's about to make a reversal too. If it hasn't started already.
"22 minutes and we're moving at a snail's pace here." Like,
I want to see a nice bounce up to resistance again and that. And then fall. Oh. Bye bye, SPY. Zoom is just chilling now.
Apple's not looking so hot.
Yeah, Apple's falling. Yikes. Damn, the premiums on the out of monies are getting destroyed. Ooh. Ooh. Long wick down. SPY's looking really weak. Bye bye, SPY.
Shit. How much percentage is the puts gone up?
Dude, if I got the 274 at resistance for 70 cents, I'll be up almost 200%. They're
For
at
tomorrow expiry or today?
today. They're at $2 right now. Well,
I can bring it down now.
yeah. It's too late to get in now for me. I gotta chase this one.
Zoom looks like it could rebound a little bit.
VIX trying to creep back up to 44.
Ooh, SPY. You're crazy.
Microsoft charts pretty bad today.
Tesla's just fooling, just chilling there. Microsoft is all choppy. Range bound. SPY's trying to push back up. 273 now. Feds. They're printing paper. SPY put confirmed. SPY's looking for like one last leg up before it drops.
No, I gotta wait.
273 puts.
They've got a nice chunk there.
SPY's trying to fight right now. Alright, I'm in. Fuck it. I'm gonna be conservative, just one contract. This shit's crazy, man.
How'd it go?
Holy shit, I'm already up 14 bucks.
Wait, what did you get? A SPY put?
Yeah, 273. So the theta won't kill me too bad. If it can get under 273, it'll be in the money.
Was it for tomorrow
Are
expiration?
you planning on?
No, I'm doing it today.
Are you planning on selling it just before market?
Hell yeah, man.
Feels better.
I made $80 today, so it was an $80 So
It'll run aftermarket too, like for at least 15 minutes.
you're telling me I can sell it during in the after hours?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
Some
15 minutes?
ETS, yeah, some ETS run aftermarket option
that's crazy.
for like 15 minutes. 15 minutes as the longest. So keep an eye on it. You can still sell it before.
Oh yeah,
You'll see the market change.
I just have no idea what to do.
Yeah, it's
Staring at it.
it's battling in the 273s, trying to hold. This is crazy. Is 273 gonna hold or is it gonna crack?
Well, whenever I call him. Oh, Abby? No, ma'am. Go back out.
I have a
You wanna take
mark.
him out, or I'll get... Yeah. You're fine.
Looks like it's gonna push. Yikes.
No, I'm still pretty bearish in the last like few minutes. Like I'm gonna hold it.
This week's
I
expiration?
got a 270. Yeah, I got a today expiration 270. Let's go.
270? Dude, that's so out of the money, bro. The
How
theta.
much did it cost?
You guys are wild.
$8. I mean, $15.
Dude, that theta. Oh,
I only
it's
spent like $20, so I'm just down $20. It's not bad.
yeah.
Oh shit! Today it was $4 at open. Imagine that, fucking $20 to 400.
Something's holding it up right here.
Do you guys really think you got 10 minutes left? Shit. Didn't you got? Did you do it when it hit 274? Did you now just short it?
Yeah, I just did. I wish I did at 274.
Anyone grab Chewy?
Zoom? No.
No, Chewy.
No. Is it selling off now? Oh, it is selling off.
Yeah.
Alright, you guys are playing Zoom?
No, no, no.
Oh, I was talking about the spy. I got a 270 put.
You're crazy. Oh, one contract. That's nothing.
It's not that bad now. I got two, but it all wraps up to $20, so I'm not too.
You, is it just like a gamble or is it something behind it?
No, this is straight gamble.
Yeah.
What do you know? All I have is a Microsoft Leap.
Hey, best of luck to you lot.
Yeah.
At least I got mine like at the money. So the theta
Yeah,
is not
spiked-
killing it yet.
spiked at 250, guys. You guys can do it.
Yeah.
Oh.
10 minutes left.
Let's try and push up higher.
Nah.
I wouldn't be surprised. Dump. I'm not gonna lose more than $20 on this shit. Only down 6.
Yeah.
Disney is still at 100.
Oh my god!
Whoa! Holy
Fuck!
shit! Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Oh,
dude!
Oh my god!
I'm still bearish.
I just lost $50. Dude! It scared the living shit out of me.
Oh, shot.
I just got jump scared, bro.
Hey.
Hey, being on voice in the last 10 minutes is required now. This is amazing.
Dude! I was literally
What's going on
sitting
here?
right in front of my screen staring at it and it scared the shit out of me.
Ooh, bitch.
What the hell?
Holy shit! I might short it now for tomorrow.
Dude, I've never
No,
seen that
I'm gonna grab a
before.
put. Oh, it
I've
went up
never.
to 276.
Dude, it just popped. What?
That was wild.
I just took.
You guys should have gambled on the call side.
Fuck.
There's still time. There's
still
I know. There's still time.
Just double down on the two.
No, I already sold, man. I took a $50 L on this one.
Oh shit.
Scared the living fuck out.
Disney's finally popping. Oh shit. Yes. I might be out of the.
You could hear the hand rub. That was awesome.
Yeah, I've been
What
waiting
the
for it to
hell?
pop up. God knows how long.
All right, I don't know what to do now. Why did it just do that?
That's
what it now.
Fed.
It's the trend of the last couple days.
Dude, come on, Mickey Mouse. Come on. I've been illegally streaming your fucking shows, but
I'm so confused. Why did it just? Oh my god! It
dude,
literally
the call
jump
went
scared me.
from $50 to $1.18, so double the money. Fucking crazy.
Watch it reverse now.
That's
Dude, I might actually
Getting on
just
the rope,
sell. Oh
spamming
no,
it.
I might just. Nah, I might just
Oh
hold it
my
for.
god! I've never seen that before. That big of a
Let's go
pop.
270.
Dude, look at the volume. It jumped up like to 5 million. Holy! On the 5-minute chart.
I swear it's done that like this entire week.
I think yesterday it went.
Oh,
down.
I wasn't here for the last hour.
On the 6th, it went from 264 to 272.
But look, it's showing a rejection from up there. So
Do you
what-
guys see the spike I do? It went up to 276, right? Or is it just for me?
Yeah, it went up to
see that.
276.
For that spike,
Everything's
is that?
rejecting. Everything is giving a red candle right now.
That was a
Wait,
big
for
ass.
Me on prom night.
Wait, for that 276, if you had a limit sell on the option, would that still count, or is that too small
it'll
for it to count?
I don't know actually.
Let me see if those spikes are in any options.
She shouldn't.
I'm so confused. You don't know. I was staring at it so close. I was like a foot away from my monitor, or not even less than that, and it just popped. Dude, this shit literally popped $3 or 2.5.
I think we might see an upside breakout longer term. I don't know.
Seems like it's
hard
stuck.
to tell. Every day is different.
Dude, I might just sell my Disney core at the moment. I don't think it's gonna. I'm not even sure about tomorrow. It's been not moving today at all. So. Fucking Mickey Mouse.
Just hold it, man. Oh yeah.
Disney's
no.
probably gonna be 110 tomorrow.
Holy shit! It's actually popping. I'm actually making coming out of a loss from Disney.
Is it gonna dump?
No, it's going up.
No, it's keep
Oh,
shooting.
there it goes.
Holy shit!
Oh
Disney.
shit! Oh shit!
Dude, Disney pop is gonna go to 102 hopefully.
If that breaks that 276 line,
You guys should have gambled on the call, or you should have done both, honestly. Because if you if you're worried about like pump either way, a strangle at the end of the day would be good.
But
Last hour.
the only way to make money on the strangles if it like really moves either direction, right?
Well, it did really move. It went up to
276. Yeah,
276,
you're
right?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he did a 270, right? And he got it for like $20 or something.
Dude, look, the 270's worth a cent.
Ooh, it dropped up.
Oh fuck.
He lost 20.
Carzy. No, sir.
He said, "You don't lose if you don't sell."
I'm still
Hey, you can-
bearish. It's coming back down.
I'm still bearish.
It's gonna pop to 280.
Watch it just dump to 272.
If it's 280, I'm buying calls on everything else. like right now. If it jumps, if I just see a 280, like tomorrow's gonna be like, awesome.
I want to know how much money had to gone to pump the SPY that much in that short amount of time. It was literally like a second. Yeah, that one candle. That's alright. I'm making back my money. It's dropping now. 50%.
I still got that 15 minutes, boy.
50% right here. I want more. I don't know what it's gonna do actually. I think I should just be happy with 60%. Looks like it's gonna keep dumping.
What was the volume at 3 million?
It was a lot.
Wait, Eric, you're in a trade right now?
Yeah, I re-entered.
What are you in?
275. I just sold.
Puts or calls?
Puts. I bought them for. What did I buy them for? 80 cents. I sold at 107.
Wait, how'd you make money if it went up?
I bought it when it was in like when it was higher. Wait, what do you
What
mean?
price?
80 cents. And
For
since
SPY, right?
yeah, on the put side, and then when during that pullback now, I sold before it. I sold towards the bottom wick.
I don't think we need anything,
Oh,
dude.
okay.
Yeah, so I bought like higher, and then I sold when it towards the bottom of the wick. This is crazy. All right, well, I'm up $50 in the day now. Made back the stupid loss. Wait, on the 1 minute it was 3.7 million volume. Jeez, it was 3 million. Holy.
Yeah, it's great. It must have been. I don't know what
Yeah,
that
it
is.
was 3. Yeah. How did that happen? I don't understand.
It was like 6 or 7 mil on the 5-minute candle. That's insane.
Yeah. Jesus.
Is that counting all exchanges?
I think so, right?
Seems low, honestly.
I'm just gonna hold Disney for tomorrow.
I don't know what this means for tomorrow.
I don't know either. It's gonna be really interesting what it's gonna do after hours. If it can hold this resistance or.
There's a lot of theories out there. I've been watching all of them. I don't know.
This is crazy.
I'm gonna grab open like fucking 2 Cokes now.
Oh, it's looking kind of bearish right now. I think it might just stay flat. I don't know if it's gonna. Oh, now it's moving down.
Oh.
Let's go 270.
Stop. Your contracts aren't moving, man.
It's gonna move, bro.
The delta's 0.2, 0.02. Oh Jesus, I sold early.
Just grabbed a Chewy put.
Alright, I'm done. I'm happy with $56. A lot of selling pressure here. Oh boy.
I'm holding it after market, man. Fuck it.
It's really just gonna stay here. Wow. Wow.
Oh shit.
Well,
my ears.
that was
I think I'm breaking my ears.
that was a very Oh, that was bad. Uneventful.
Everyone's bells.
Hey.
Oh my
What is
god.
that?
What kind of platform are you using?
Oh, you're right. The option contracts are still moving.
They'll still go for another 15 minutes.
Wow.
Wait, you can sell options after hours?
No, only some ETFs allow that, like the SPY The S&P 500 and stuff.
It's up to
Oh,
like
okay.
15 minutes after hours for like certain ETFs.
Not all options do that. Like you can't do that with like Microsoft and stuff.
So you could trade SPY options after hours?
For 15 minutes.
For 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
That's scary though. I don't want to get assigned or anything.
Yeah, I'm out. Like there's no more bids on the 270.
0 to 0.01.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, 0.1 to 0.2. Oh, jeez. Wow. Market on closing balance 2.2 billion shares to the buy side. Someone just bought 2.2 billion shares?
Of what?
SPY? No. No
Yeah, it's my
way.
dad.
That's a lot of fucking money, man. 2.2 billion shares at 275? Hold up. No way.
I'm pretty sure that's. Is that at market close?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was on market close, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Turn my-
that's probably the institutions just settling everything.
I have to turn my iPhone sideways to calculate that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's not right. That's not $550 billion worth. No way. No one has that much money.
Don't tell Goldman Sachs that.
550 billion?
2.2 billion shares to the buy side.
Nah, that's more than Bridgewater Associates capital under management.
What does that mean? 550 billion?
That's not right.
Yeah, 2.2 billion share. Maybe that's everyone combined? That's too much money. Someone just went all in. Zeroed. 270.
Dude, I zeroed out.
Yeah.
You don't lose until you sell. That's what they say.
That's true.
Is this channel? This is the first time I've ever seen anybody go on the talk channel.
I've seen like 2 people stay in there with their mics muted.
Always like 24/7. Yeah. There's always 2 guys on it, like 24/7, just muted and not talking. I'm not sure if it's Nick's bots or what's going on there, but.
Oh,
all
Nick
of them
left.
Yeah, Nick left.
Oh, he didn't say bye.
Yeah, he didn't. Oh shit! Yeah, he didn't even
Yeah,
say
he
bye. What the
left.
fuck?
Who's that fucker in the chat that fucking bought a spy call? Motherfucker.
He's a lotto play. Shit. What was it? 175 call sold 5 minutes later. Oh,
You-
no,
100%?
he made money. Yeah. What's Disney doing?
Yeah, he's pretty much what I did, but won.
This is really interesting. It's that fucking resistance. It's gonna gap up or gap down tomorrow. It's not gonna stay there. No way.
So my theory is that it's gonna hang around here. Like this is the ultimate bull trap. So
How is it gonna hang up here though?
it'll hang up here. That's
My
the
theory is
idea.
Wall
That's
Street
exactly
Bets
what
is
happened.
Another red day, and it's gonna break out of the channel.
Say that again.
I said my theory is Wall Street Bets is gonna say it's another red day, and it's gonna break out of the channel. It's gonna break the wedge to the upside.
That's crazy. how much more can it go up, man? This is stupid.
Yeah, I think everyone thinks the coronavirus is over.
Are they dumb? Like, we're not getting a vaccine until next year. It takes at least a year for them to research and test and
Wait, what's the
test and
next
test.
resistance?
I think
280.
we don't need the vaccines though. I think it's going to be over in a month or 2 months, and the people who are making the vaccines are just going to stop, just like with the other outbreaks.
It'll suck really bad if we all start going out and working again and second wave hits.
Well, most people are going to be immune. Whoever had it, you know, they're not going to.
Majority of the people don't have it though, because we're all staying home away from people.
Yeah, true. We'll see. Yeah, it's imagine if everyone starts. Yeah, that would be fucking a nightmare. If it does ramp up, a second wave.
Fucking spy gave me a heart attack, man.
Oh yeah, on that
Yo,
pump.
you gave me a heart attack.
Dude, I was literally, I'm staring like 6 inches away from my monitor, like getting ready to like hit the cell, and all of a sudden it jumps up $3, bro. Right when it pumped up, I instantly hit the sell button. I lost $50 on that. Jesus Christ. How's it gonna stay up in this price range? You know, people have to buy. But yeah, next price target on my charts is 280.
Yeah.
And then 284.
Are you drawing it out on the yearly?
Yeah. Actually, I think I drew it out on the yearly. Yep. This is stupid. Yesterday it dumped hard, today pumps hard. Well,
I think the isn't it tomorrow the job what's it, the unemployment
yeah, I think so.
reports come out again.
But they don't matter, dude. Every time they come out with shitty numbers, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
we just shoot up. I think last time we shot up like 6% or some shit when it
We've
came
already
out.
the market's already expected that.
Yeah, I think they priced it in.
Well, yeah, wasn't it worse than how like they predicted it was like 3 million, but it was like a lot more. So I'm not sure.
I think they predicted like 1 million or something, but I think they already priced in like if it was really bad, and it was 3.3.
But I don't see what's priced in at the moment. Like if you look at the 1 year chart, it's only down 5%. Like so, literally nothing's. It's
Wait,
not
the
even.
market's only down 5%.
I don't see how
Yeah,
any of
it's
it.
4.8%. Yeah, look at the spider. I mean, SPY 1 year chart. It's down 4.8%. Like that's
From
crazy. Like
where?
literally nothing from. Look, I'll show you. Look on
It
the
says
1 year
18th for
chart.
me. Yeah, I'm up from the 339 to where we're at now.
288. It says.
Wait, why were you going with 288?
Look on that's the spy at the moment.
Oh, you're on your Robinhood.
Yeah, 1 year.
Wait, but why are you doing it at 288? Why not all-time high or at 339?
Oh, you look at I'm just saying the year. If
Oh.
you invested a year ago, you've only lost 4.8.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
That's kind of crazy to think that it's recovered.
Yeah, it's recovered so much. Yeah, so like if you haven't even lost that much, 5%. So I don't know. I don't know what is really priced in. I think
That's a crazy rip. See, that's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. So like, and I think that's why. So like, I look at it from two sides. So that's why, I mean, I half jokingly say that we could all be unemployed and SPY will rip. And so I think there's two reasons for that. Like, if you look at the last recession and the price action from the last recession, the problem that the Fed had was liquidity. And so that's the thing, is everything liquidated on like bad employment numbers. But if you look at like the rate of unemployment from the whole collapse that everything, the whole collapse that happened back in 2008, like that there was a sell-off because of that. Like there were two problems. One was liquidity,
in
well,
the mortgage.
maybe more than that. Like one was liquidity, one was price manipulation on the financing side, and the last part was like people were actually like defaulting on their loans, and it was a shit show, but they were trying to cover it up, and so stocks had to liquidate as a result. And the Fed saw that, and that's why they have this whole quantitative easing policy that they do. Is they said, okay, well, the reason why stocks are selling off is it's a liquidity issue. So part of why you see all these pumps isn't the Fed directly pumping the money like into buying SPY or anything like that. It's all these institutions that get this money, or they get an advance on the money, Ariana Dawson keeps putting like, oh, this is how much the Fed is pumping in overnight. Well, like all this overnight lending that trickles into the banks to like make trades. And they pretty much, that's the thing with like the unlimited QE. The Fed has pretty much said like, we're going to give you as much money as you need to do whatever you need to do with it. And the banks say, okay, well, we'll take all this money. And so they keep pushing prices up because they have all the liquidity they need to keep buying. So like it sounds stupid to say, but you could theoretically have like a third of America unemployed, like 30% unemployment, and still have prices moving upwards because it's not an economic issue for stocks, it's a liquidity issue.
What are they gonna do with all that money they pump in, sell for a profit, or for the banks?
It's really for the
it's for the banks to give out like business loans to the companies that need it to do stuff.
Mm.
But like, and that's part of it. Like that's definitely part of the stimulus package. But the stimulus package is kind of separate from the quantitative easing package. And so that's the thing, is like the repo markets, like the overnight lending for the repo markets. Yeah, the banks are using that for trades, between not only trading stocks but trading bonds.
రేపటికి 102 వస్తే ప్రాఫిట్ అన్నమాట.
So now they have a lot
Just
shit ton of
1
money to loan out for like small businesses or bigger business then.
I mean, yeah, but that's different.
Mm.
Like the lending to the businesses is different from different from the swaps, the credit swaps that they do to trade like the treasuries and others.
This is crazy.
Like on the bank side, like how much do you guys know about how the banks hold securities and how the banks hold treasuries and money?
No, I don't know shit about that.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. So like like the banks have banks have quotas, or they have limits as to how many treasuries they can hold and how much money they can hold. And so what they're doing is they swap out these treasuries with the reserve for money, for like cash on hand. When
this guy.
When the treasury says they're gonna, when the reserve says they're gonna do like unlimited quantitative easing, basically what they're saying is they'll buy back all these treasury bills, as many as the banks need at any given time. And these can be really short term. These can be like overnight. That's the whole repo market. These can be like extremely short term bonds. And they'll buy them back instantly for as many as they need, as much as they want over any time frame.
Okay.
So the banks essentially have like as much lending as they need, whether it's short term or long term, to make these kinds of trades. And they can exchange that money in between equities and liabilities like bonds. And that can be any kind of bond as well. That could be a government bond, that could be corporate bond, and on top of that, the government's buying corporate bonds. So you have an additional channel for bonds to be sold, right? Because they can sell directly to the Fed, not just the banks. And on top of that, the banks are the Fed's willing to lend to the banks as well, to give them as much money as they need for their, any of their operations. So that's why like you get all these crazy pumps where the banks have the money to buy instead of sell. That's the whole idea behind quantitative easing.
Do they sell at all? Like, what if the market's like reached back to 300s? Will they sell part of it?
The Fed or the banks?
The banks. Or Feds. Both.
I mean, that's hard to say. Well, that's the thing is like the Fed isn't directly buying the stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there are some ETFs that the Fed is buying, but they're all bond based. They're all like bond portfolio ETFs. And that's, I mean, they've kind of cracked the door open into buying actual stock by doing that, but they haven't directly purchased any stock. But they had to be really careful. So the Fed started doing this QE repo operation stuff back in like December. I don't know if you guys heard the news, like way back December, January. They were already starting to pour money into the repo markets, and it was
Yeah.
It was
But
kind of a red.
what was the purpose? Why would they do that if the market's doing like good?
Because the market wasn't good.
In December?
Yeah, that was the thing, is there were liquidity issues, and they were afraid of triggering a sell-off because of liquidity issues. So that's why they started pumping money in back in December. So they were already doing this before any of the coronavirus stuff like crashed the market. They were trying to keep things floating. They were trying to keep liquidity going to keep the market going up. And so they decided to increase that. Like you saw, I don't know if you saw, like they were saying like they were going to increase the repo operations during the sell-off.
Yeah,
They
I
were
saw.
still providing money. They were still providing money to the repo ops during the sell-off, and it was still selling off. So they kept upping and upping and upping until they said, "Okay, fuck it, we're just going to do unlimited QE." And it's that point that you started seeing things like turn around.
That's crazy. Unlimited money.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. See ya.
Same time tomorrow.
Oh, Nick does this more. That's good.
There's dailies tomorrow, boys. I'm kidding. Don't copy me.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too.
All right, yeah. Have a good night. Have you got any
Yeah.
positions overnight or not?
No, I don't swing.
Oh shit! All right, good luck tomorrow. Don't do any fucking gambling at the end of the.
No, I'm still green.
Oh shit! Really? Oh yeah, you sold. Luckily. All right, yeah, nice. Nice job.
All right.
See ya.
See ya.